What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, October 20th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas survives an overtime thriller in Lexington. What a dud from the offense. What a gem from the defense and special teams. We will break down everything from the Longhorns' 3-point road victory in Lexington and discuss where the offense goes from here. We'll go around college football. A couple of firings yesterday, some huge upsets on Saturday. We'll talk about all of it. We'll look at the NFL, a huge victory for the Dallas Cowboys against the Commanders. We'll preview the Monday Night Football doubleheader, which includes Texans Seahawks. We've got a lot to dive into. Oh, by the way, a Game 7 in the American League Championship Series coming up tonight, and Texas volleyball stays unbeaten. So much to talk about on a Monday edition of the show. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend, and we appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing great. What a beautiful morning this morning. I see the sun on the horizon, and it is nice and cool out. Doggy day in the pen. The grass people are coming. I went out nice and early to take the dog out. It was cool out. It was nice. Can it stay that way? Probably not, but that's all right. It's a great day to be alive here in Dripping Springs, Texas, USA, America. It's wonderful. And the Texas Longhorns, winning is tough. Winning is not easy, okay? And when you got an offense like they have, it's more than not easy. It's difficult.
You keep barely avoiding the Tom Herman quote of winning is hard.
It's not easy. Winning is, and in the SEC, a night game on the road against Kentucky in Bourbonville, that's not easy either when you have an offense like this. It's not easy. You can't make it easy on yourself. You make one or two changes, and the whole thing is a full 16 points in 4 quarters.
Yeah, Kentucky team that has now lost 10 consecutive games against power conference foes dating back to last year. They gave Texas all they wanted and then some on Saturday.
Wow.
I still have no idea how Texas won that football game, Buck. I really don't.
It's just I don't know. And they had an opportunity they had tons of opportunities to pull away in the football game. At any given time, just one completion would have been big. Just one of these, not even near misses, just total misses. Total misses would have helped you move on to the next miss, I guess. I don't know how to put it. We talked about pregame. This team couldn't stay the same as they were last week. They have to move forward and getting better. I guess they took a step back.
Well, I would argue that 2/3 of the Texas football team took a step forward against Kentucky.
You mean the two best offensive players looked good, the kicker and the punt returner?
Well, the defense and the special teams showed up, and if they didn't, Texas obviously loses in Lexington, considering how bad the offense was.
And I'll put a little bit on the defense too. How about time of possession? They almost had 40 minutes of possession. You are allowed to have 3 and outs. That's a part of defense too.
Look, they had 3 and outs, which is not a horrible number, and Texas had 8 first downs on offense for the entire game. How about a little complimentary football for the boys on defense, huh?
Well, we can't expect that. They made a change at center. Come on. They made a huge change. The change they made was catastrophic almost, what you saw in the game, the way it looked.
Well, the change at center happened because of an injury. The change at left guard is the one that they had the choice to make. And then again, Connor Stroh was also out for this game because of an injury. He got benched already a couple of weeks ago against Florida. But yeah, no, there's a lot to dive into. Obviously, everyone's focused on the offense. Thankfully, we're here talking about a win on a Monday. But for a lot of folks, it hardly feels like one with how bad.
Yeah, you and I said at the pregame show, I said that if they win by 3 points, there's going to be, the noise the noise that they can't hear, the noise that's out there. We try to blank out the noise. Well, the noise is back.
Oh, yeah, it's back.
On a win.
On a win. Yeah, well, that's the worst team in the SEC. You were 12.5-point favorites, and you needed a miracle and a goal line stand in overtime to win. So that's not quite what Longhorn Nation had in mind.
No.
So we'll dive in from every angle. So much to get into. Of course, we've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian's post-game press conference. Very interesting way he ended his post-game press conference. I thought maybe he gaslit Texas fans, which I don't know if that was the right move from Sark.
No, that not right now. Not when you still have to go to Cowbell Land and some other places. Don't just take that win. Hey, a win is a win in this conference. Because that could have been an easy, like you said, you still can't figure out how they even won the damn game. I mean, it was just the weirdest game. I mean, it got to the point, BK, I was looking at other games. I mean, it was so weird a football game and so boring a game that I kept turning to other games. And that was weird. Generally I just focus in, but it's hard to focus in because the players didn't seem like they were focused in. So I'm like, okay, you're taking a break. Let me take a break too here and check out a real football game. It was strange. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. To you and your families, please be safe out there.
Oh, man. Yeah, whenever Texas had the ball, it's like, let me change the channel and watch.
Yeah, let me see what else is going on here in football.
You know what? Let me call my neighbor over and have him waterboard me. That might be better than this.
It was truly a boring football game. I mean, I was just like bored. I'm like, come on, something's got to happen. Arch Manning is going to hit one of these crossers one of these times, and it's going to be fabulous. No, instead, he was hitting him in the shoe, in the back, on the back hip. Guys are wide open in zones. He's airmailing the ball. Nothing seemed to go forward for this offense at all. There was nothing in this offense that got better from what you did in that big game last week. And whatever carried on should be carrying over, never did. The run game was pathetic. That was kind of gross, actually.
Yeah. Well, how bad was the Texas offense on Saturday night?
Yeah, how bad were they?
In a 5-quarter game, mind you, they had a total of 179 yards of offense. Not only, Buck, is that the lowest offensive output in the Steve Sarkeesian era, you have to go all the way back to 2015, the Charlie Strong era of Texas football, to find an offensive showing as abysmal as Saturday night's. The last time Texas had that few yards of total offense in a single game, the 38-3 season opening loss at Notre Dame, a game that I RV'd to as a college student. That was my senior year at UT. That was Charlie Strong as the head coach and Sean Watson calling the plays. That game was so bad, Tyrone Swoop started at quarterback for Texas. He got benched for Gerard Hurd right after that game. And Sean Watson, who was the offensive play caller, got stripped of his play calling duties. That's the last time Texas has had this few yards of offense. And, that was a loss. It was also against a top 12 Notre Dame team on the road. This was against a 2-4 Kentucky team that's only wins are against Toledo and Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, that was tough right there. I mean, as Joe K says, blocking is hard, running is hard, and passing is hard.
It was on Saturday.
My goodness.
Yeah, all three of those things were very difficult for Texas to do on Saturday.
These are scholarship players at the University of Texas, a bunch of these dudes, all of these dudes. You make a switch, and your offensive line looks that pathetic. I mean, there was so much pressure. I mean, to say the least, the quarterback had pressure like on 90% of the passes. And those that he didn't, he probably was so surprised that he couldn't hit the guy wide open. He wasn't used to having a clean pocket. And he didn't get very many of those. It was just, there was hands in his face, running backs that couldn't pick up. It was just, and that whole running back group, man, oh man, oh man. That thing it's almost like, do you have to start over? BK, they can't do this offensively. They got to go when this season's over, no matter what the season looks like in the end. I know we still got a lot of games to go. They got to revamp that offensive line. They got to rethink how they do things. That you can't live on with those guys right there.
No, I don't think they can either. And Nick Brooks, I get it. He's a true freshman. I think he's got a bright future at the University of Texas, but
he's got a future. Don't say anything bright about any of that. Just he's got a future. He does.
I mean,
Yeah.
right now he's not good enough to be out there. And I don't know what you do. This staff is completely out on Neto Umeozulu, who was thought to be this team's starting left guard throughout the entirety of the offseason, and now he can't even get any snaps. And, I don't know if you can go back to Connor Stroh after what you've seen from him this year. He also may be hurt for a while. I don't know the exact diagnosis on his injury. But yeah, I mean, you've got to do something. There's no trades. There's no in-season portal.
No.
What you've got is what you've got. But I just don't think you could trot those same 5 guys out on the offensive line this weekend against Mississippi State. And we've said that before, by the way. We said that like 3 weeks ago. It's like, I don't think you could trot those 5 guys out on the offensive line. They switched it up, and now here we are a few weeks later, 7 games into the season, and it's like you still don't know who you can rely on up front. It's crazy.
Yeah, and you know what? They only had 70 penalties, so the team got just a little bit smarter, 1 penalty smarter than they have been. I said 7 would be okay. So we got 7 on the nose, so that's okay. 7 for 50 yards.
No. This team, I'm going to say this team is dumb, Buck. I'm going to go ahead and use that word.
Well, here's the dumb part: is the first 2 penalties are on your punt team because they can't line up, and they're going illegal. Was there 3 of those?
They had 3 penalties on the punt team on Saturday night.
What? I know there was 2 in a row. There wasn't 3 in a row on illegal procedure.
Not 3 in a row. You're right. There were 2 in a row on the first part of the game. But later in the game, they had another procedure penalty on a punt.
How do you do that? Just stay still. Point at the guy. You don't have to move or jump. Just point at him. You don't have to. You don't move over when he moves over. Just point.
Yeah.
Those first 2, BK. The second one, I'm like, where's the legal procedure in the? I couldn't see the second one. I saw the first one. I'm like, oh, they got to call that.
Yeah, the first one was a false start, and the second one was an illegal formation.
Okay, it was illegal formation. All right.
Yeah, so they punted it away. They ran the play, but they got called back. I think Kentucky just chose to add 5 yards to the end of the return versus.
They did. Yes, they did.
They're just like, you know what? We're not doing this again. This is enough of the Texas punt team. We're all right. And our punt returner keeps muffing punts that for some reason Texas can't recover. That was like
they muffed 3 punts.
I know they muffed 2 punts, but they also, I think the ball was on the turf 4 or 5 different times. And that was the one, like, if you want to be critical of the Texas defense for anything on Saturday, it's the fact
that fumble drill.
They couldn't fall on a fumble, right? Like there was one where Anthony Hill just tried to, one-hand it, scoop and score versus just falling on the football. And I think it was like Manny Muhammad who was on the ground. He was reaching for the ball at the same time. And those guys basically kicked it right back to a Kentucky player. There was another one where Travis Shaw, who had a great game, by the way, he was huge on the goal line stand in overtime. But Colin Simmons has that strip sack fumble of Cutter Boley. And Travis Shaw is like right there. And he tries to fall on the football. Like he does the right thing. He just doesn't grab the football. And somehow a Kentucky offensive lineman is able to recover it. Like that was like, oh my God, you had some opportunities to make this a lot easier.
Oh, and the offense almost disaster with Trey Wisner dropping the ball at the goal. Thank goodness they gave him that deal.
Oh yeah, in the end zone on Trey Wisner's touchdown. Yeah, the good news is that was the one fumble Texas did recover. DJ Campbell did fall on that in the end zone.
Yeah, it jumped right into his hands.
Yeah, so either way, that was going to remain a Texas touchdown.
It's not easy. They don't make anything easy.
No,
that was.
They had 8 first downs, Buck. They had 8 first downs on 12 offensive drives. That's insane. We're bringing up the Sean Watson era of Texas football. That's a name that I think everybody would like to forget.
Well, I don't know. Forget the play calling. The execution is so difficult. Anybody can. I mean, the plays that were designed, the quarterback just wasn't making them. He took a step back again. I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, I'm serious, BK. You could make some of those throws. You would make those throws. I don't get it. I don't know the short arm or the long arm or the left arm or the fingers are like little baby hammers. I don't know what it is about him, but my goodness. I mean, and these aren't like little throws. These are big throws. These are first down, touchdown type of throws that he missed on Saturday.
Right. Yeah, and that's there's a lot of frustrating parts of the offensive performance, but Arch Manning coming off of the best game of his career against Oklahoma. It was one step forward, two steps back for him. And really the entire offense, it doesn't just fall on him. But you're right. I mean, he was pressured a lot. He didn't get help from the run game, but there were 4 or 5 very easy throws. Like, he has to make the easy stuff look easy. There's not a lot easy for this Texas offense. When those opportunities come, Sark does call a good play. The offensive line does give you a clean enough pocket. You have to be able to hit your open receivers down the field.
These are, and it looked like the 4 or 5 of them were at least first down plays that were going to be first downs to give you some kind of momentum to go for the next play. I mean, I thought the one that he missed, the Wingo, another one of those Wingo crossing routes that he missed, Wingo's going to catch that ball and go down the sideline and go to at least the 10-yard line, because nobody's going to catch him. If somebody's down there defending, somebody else may come off, but he's going to get a chin full of knee or whatever. But I don't know how you keep missing that one. I don't know if you go out on the field and have him run across the field back and forth and get that thing, and so you time that up. But you can't miss those, because there's a lot of crossing routes in this offense. Why you're not hitting those, I don't get it. As I said, there was a lot of pressure, but you're a 6'4" tall quarterback. Nobody's batting the ball down. Nobody's tipping it. You know what I'm saying? It's not getting like it's like you're a 5'9" Doug Flutie getting the ball tipped because you're not tall enough. He's seeing over the top of it and still missing the throws.
Yeah, there were a couple to Wingo that he missed. I think that 3rd and 5 crosser early in the game is the one that you're referencing.
Oh, that one was good. That looked like a house call to me.
He also threw a dirt ball to Ryan Wingo over the middle in the 4th quarter. The Jack Andrews one, I think, is the one that was the worst.
What, the one sitting in the zone all by himself?
All by himself. Arch had time to throw the football, and if Andrews makes the catch, he cuts upfield, probably scores. If he doesn't get into the end zone, he's tackled inside the 5-yard line.
Well, he's not used to running that far, so I would just take it that he would catch it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was in the 3rd quarter. It was a 7-3 football game at the time. Like, you score a touchdown on that drive, you make it 14-3, and well, that's probably your ball game, considering how good your defense was playing. But that was a miss. You had Emmett Mosley early in the 4th quarter, a play that Arch Manning took a huge hit. I mean, there was pressure right in his face. Total whiff by Nick Brooks and Connor Robertson on the left side of the offensive line. They just let a linebacker run free right at Arch Manning. And he took a shot, but he had an easy slant to Emmett Mosley on that play. And if he hits that, I think Mosley's still running 2 days later.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel about Wingo. Wingo would still be running this morning if he catches that one coming on the crossing route. So, I mean, I think I counted maybe 4 of those type of passes. Were there more? Are we going to find out that there's 6 or 7? I don't think it was that many.
I don't know, man.
I think four of the wide open nature, you know?
Probably more than that. I mean, he was 12 of 27 for the game for 132 yards. The best thing that this offense did, really the only good thing that the offense did, they didn't turn the football over.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're talking about the bare minimum here because everything else was so bad. Again, it's your worst offensive showing from a yardage standpoint in over a decade, but they did not have that back-breaking turnover that absolutely killed them. So I guess, I don't know if you want to give them credit for that, but I guess that's worth bringing up. They didn't.
No, I mean, we weren't underestimating Kentucky's defense. They didn't have any real studs there. I mean, that defensive line was nothing like they had just faced the week before. It wasn't even close.
No. Oklahoma.
I thought their linebackers were pretty good.
Kentucky?
Because it was really there was nobody on the linebackers. Like in the run game, the linebackers just the offensive line was so busy trying to figure out what the defensive line was doing. Nobody was getting off, like a guard getting off from his movement to the linebackers, what they're supposed to do. Linebackers are like standing there waiting for the runners. Like, you know, the Christian Clark had like 2 runs up the guts. There was just such a pile of mess in there that it looked like Christian Clark had a couple good runs because there was this the linebackers just got caught in the wash. There wasn't a clean hit. The rest of them were clean in your backfield at the line of scrimmage. There's nobody on them, and your running back wasn't going. There was no push at all.
Oh, yeah. No, the Texas offensive line, I mean, it all starts up front. And again, I mean, the quarterback deserves some blame. The head coach deserves more blame than anybody else. This is his offense. And It's stunning that we're 7 games into year 5, and this is the product that he's putting out on the field. But, yeah, I mean, the offensive line, Texas ran the ball for less than 50 yards as a team after they really put it together on the ground and had a great second half running the football against Oklahoma. About 28 carries for 47 yards for Texas. It's 1.7 yards per carry as a football team. And then the pass protection, right? I think Arch Manning had, 29 dropbacks in this game? 31 dropbacks in this game. And he was pressured on 15 of them. So nearly 50% of Arch Manning's dropbacks.
It felt like more when you're watching.
It felt like, you're right, it felt like about 77% instead of 47%. But, yeah, it was a rough day. And Nick Brooks, all 3 sacks that Texas allowed were credited to Nick Brooks on the left side of the offensive line. And the combination of Nick Brooks and Connor Robertson, they allowed 11 of the 15 total pressures that Texas allowed as an offense. So it was the same spot in Kentucky. They kind of started the game early on rushing just 4, and then they started bringing 5 and 6, and Texas just, like, the offensive line couldn't pick it up. They couldn't figure it out, and Steve Sarkeesian couldn't adjust his offense to adjust to Kentucky's defensive change of starting to bring more pressure.
Yeah, well, 1 game away from bowl eligible.
Yeah, hey, they're 5-2, Buck. Come on. 2-1 in the SEC. That's the good news. The good news is,
hey, it's what it is. That's what the record says.
Hey, in the standings, that win counts the exact same as a 20-point win, 30-point win, 40-point win, you name it. So they found a way. The number one objective for this road trip was to come back home with a victory, and it wasn't what any of us wanted to see, but they got to win. That's what matters. So it's rare that you
got to build off this win.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I was about to say it's rare that you say let's put a win behind us quickly. But if you're the Texas offense, you got to put that shit, pardon my French, behind you very quickly.
Man,
look, Mississippi State's not good, but Mississippi State has lost 15 straight conference games.
Oh boy,
that is the longest active streak for any team in terms of consecutive conference losses in America.
Then they must be welcome. They're going to be welcoming the Longhorns to come there.
Right. And Mississippi State just lost to Florida. Billy Napier got fired, even though he won on Saturday. But Mississippi State just lost to Florida. 15 consecutive conference losses for them. That dates back to the 2023 season. So that's a game that you don't want to lose. But I think Mississippi State's better than Kentucky. I know Vanderbilt's better than Kentucky. I know Georgia's better than Kentucky. I know Arkansas is better than Kentucky. And I know A&M's better than Kentucky. So you're going to need more than 13 points in regulation, methinks, to beat any of those teams, let alone all of them.
Yeah.
No?
Cowbellers. Oh, no. We got to have that game, because I can't wait till a little round-shouldered quarterback gets here.
Diego Pavia?
Oh, Texas has got something for that dude. That's going to happen.
Well, the Texas defense has something for that dude. Like, the Texas defense is good enough for Texas to win every game the rest of the way. The Texas offense is bad enough for Texas to lose every game the rest of the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, it feels like the Longhorns have an 11-1 defense and a 6-6, 5-7, 4-8 offense.
They got a 4-8 offense. I'll go there. They got a 4-8 offense. That is awful.
The good news is special teams getting better despite the 3 formation penalties they had on the punt team. But, Ryan Niblett's a huge weapon, obviously. Mason Shipley, 3 for 3 on kicks. We were wondering if he could make the clutch one. Nothing more clutch than a 45-yarder at the end of overtime to win you a football game on the road. Jack Bomeister had an incredible night. You've got the defense. You've got the special teams. That's the good news. But, yeah, your offense is bad enough. At least it was bad enough on Saturday to where you could lose every week.
And what's scary is the plays don't change. Like the running plays, you're standing right beside the quarterback. You turn, he turns, and he hands it to this guy with no momentum with that offensive line. Like zero momentum going downhill. Just a dead snap it to him. Here you go. Here we go. I'm like, you got to do something different, coach. You got different players. If you're making changes with your line, make some changes with some of the run calls. At least give yourself a chance. Put 2 backs in the backfield. Put that dog on tight end and quit using him as he's the slam block guy. He's the point of attack. Poor that guy got here and he must have thought, coming from Cal, I'm going to be such an offensive weapon. I didn't know I was going to become a slash fullback point of attack blocking dude. He's like, I don't want any part of this stuff.
Yeah, and going to the game plan, like I thought, I was curious if Steve Sarkeesian was willing to do the same thing he did against Oklahoma, right? We gave him so much credit and praise for being willing to take what the Oklahoma defense gave him, short, quick passes, playing underneath, not having those deep, long developing routes down the field. And I was curious to see if he would be patient enough to do that 2 weeks in a row, and he wasn't. He
kept dropping the quarterback back and getting the pressure in his face. You're right.
A lot
there
of what we
wasn't
saw
get rid of the ball quick.
Yeah, it was a lot of the Florida game plan, Buck. Like the stuff that we criticized this offense for and Steve Sarkeesian for that loss to Florida. And it's like, we were talking last week, did they finally find an identity in the second half against Oklahoma? Like, is that something that they can resort back to, the quick passing game and also just paring the running game down to inside-outside zone? And instead, no, they tried a whole bunch of crazy stuff again. It was just grab-bagging the offense instead of doing the things and concepts that worked against Oklahoma. I couldn't figure out why that happened.
Did you catch any of that Georgia game? Do you realize what Georgia will do to this offense now that they've caught their stride on defense now? Oh, my God.
Georgia gave up a bunch.
I know there's a lot of games before that, but my God, BK, I was looking at Georgia's defense again. I'm like, yeah, that kind of looks like the Georgia defense. All that stuff where they saying they don't have any players. Well, they look like they must have went and made some trades somewhere.
You and I were watching different Georgia games. I mean, I guess they pitched a shutout in the fourth quarter, but they gave up 35 points. They won that game because their offense is good.
Yeah, their defense is still good. They still got guys that can run. Because I was trying to compare them to a couple players that they'll have to go against. It looks like a field day for them at home.
Yeah, man, it's just crazy, the up and down nature of this Texas football team, right? You lose the game to Florida and everyone jumps off the bandwagon. You beat Oklahoma and everybody's back on. And you beat Kentucky, but it feels like most people have jumped right back off again. It's been a roller coaster ride through these first 3 SEC games. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty more to dive into. We got a lot of sound from Steve Sarkeesian that we will get to here in a moment, including a pretty bizarre end to Sark's post-game presser late Saturday night, something that didn't really sit too well with me. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, let me say to our folk friends over at Relax the Back, they embrace a holistic approach for a lifestyle that you will be happy about. And once you get over there and find out that they've got all the accessories that you may need, if you've got bad shoulders, bad backs, bad lumbar area, bad hips, they've got it all. Their motto is to live wellness. And folks, the massage chairs, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, the office chairs, of course, the desk, all the accessories. It's fantastic. They've got the vibrating ball. They've got the stand-up desk that you need. And they've got 2 great locations in the Hill Country Galleria right across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love Relax the Back. Also, a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home, new kitchen, new bathroom, maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. We got a little taste of fall weather yesterday, which was nice. I'm sure that will last for 2 days, but at some point the weather will cool down again and it'll be more enjoyable to be outside. If you want to upgrade your outdoor space, McCall Custom Homes can do any of that for you, because they've been doing that here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's a father-son team with 4 decades of experience, and all of that experience has taken place right here in our own backyard. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. Don't just take my word for it. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've got tons of 5-star reviews online. They're the best at what they do. And right now they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Take advantage of this great deal. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And head on over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe today. Hey, a win is a win. Go get yourself a fantastic breakfast over there. Steak, beer, waffles. Of course, they've got that bread pudding, French toast, fork and knife cinnamon roll for a victory over the weekend. Head on over to Daymakers, and if you want to get your drink on there, you can at 7 a.m. That's up to you, but the food is fantastic. They serve breakfast starting at 7, but they also serve lunch starting at 7. They're only open till 3 o'clock, so you can have breakfast at lunch or lunch at breakfast at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Love the folks over there. Love the meals over there.
Yes, indeed. If you want to get you some Altstadt beer over there, you can.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Love the Altstadt beer. What, needed a lot of that watching that game on Saturday night.
I went right past the Altstadt Brewery there. It was packed house last week out in Fredericksburg. This was on a Wednesday. They were serving up lunch and having all kinds of folks come out there. Still Oktoberfest. We're still in October, are we not?
Still in October.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they've got that seasonal Oktoberfest available wherever you buy your beer. And yeah, if you're looking for something fun to do, a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery, never a bad idea. But yeah, whatever you have going on, it's a great sports day. Monday Night Football doubleheader, a Game 7 in the American League Championship Series. You've got hockey tonight. You know, the NBA season starts this week. There's a lot of great sports happenings. You need a great beer to accompany the great sports happenings. My choice is Altstadt Beer. Yours should be too. Get you some wherever you buy your beer. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right, let's dive into Steve Sarkeesian's post-game press conference, Buck. You tell me if this bothers you. We're going to start with the very end of Sark's post-game presser. So this cut we're about to play, it includes the final few words of Steve Sarkeesian's final answer to the last question that was posed by the press in Lexington. And as he wraps up the answer, he says one final thing before he gets up and walks out of the press room. Here's Sark.
To try to figure that out.
Thanks, Coach.
Righty, all.
Right, guys.
It's good to be 2-1 in the SEC.
So there was Steve Sarkeesian at the end. And look, a lot of the questions in the post-game presser were pretty critical. It's like, hey, what's wrong with your offense? How can you fix this? Why did it look like that after looking so good against Oklahoma? I think Sark was a little annoyed, bothered, fed up, whatever you want to say. And he bangs the table and says, it's good to be 2-1 in the SEC, and then walks out.
Well, I think more than anything, he's more frustrated with saying, no, I'm not changing my quarterback, because any quarterback from high school on right now can make some of those throws. And I'm getting the blame for not calling great games, but my quarterback is not accurate right now. He's not developing right now. And no, I'm not changing him. That's sort of like what it seemed to come out to me, because at this given moment, I got to win games to go. And I mean, your average quarterback in the SEC can make those throws. That dude over on the side of Kentucky had some throws that he had to make, and he ran the ball better than your offense ran the ball, by the way. He had more yards than your running backs did. So he's kind of frustrated with the fact that I ain't changing quarterbacks no matter what happens the remainder of the year. So I know what you guys are thinking about saying, how comes your quarterback can't make the throws? He's trying to tell you, I'm not changing them. Sorry, I got too much invested in them, so get over yourselves. And it's good to be 2-1 in the SEC. Hey, we won the game. That's the same thing as him saying, oh, it's hard, a night game. Everybody's having bourbon drinks in Kentucky. They played out of their ass. We just coming off a big rivalry game. Any excuse he could have used that was there for him, for the taking for him. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he still won the game. So he could always say that at the very end. We're 2-1. We won the game. So when you win, all the excuses that generally you'd be mad about, you can always turn to your fans, the noise, and say, hey, we're 2-1. So that's just kind of the easy way out for him. I mean, there's no need for that, but that's kind of him. Snarky Sarky is, he's at his best when stuff happens like this. But he ain't changing quarterbacks, y'all.
No. He was asked if he considered going to Matthew Caldwell at some point during that game, and he said, I did not. I didn't cut that up because that was the entirety of the answer. So
get used to that for the next 2 years, folks. So
yeah, well, that's Steve Sarkeesian. Just again, he was frustrated by, I think, the way the game went, and also by the line of questioning from the media. But for him to answer that way, I mean, just acting like everything was perfectly fine. It's like, why are you guys upset? Why are you asking me questions about the offense? Yeah, we just had our worst output in over a decade, but we won. Why are you not happy? You think something's wrong? We just won a football game. Why are you mad about that? Why are you complaining about that?
As we said pregame, we were ready. We were ready for the postgame madness of what the head coach was going to say. If it was 3 points or less and they just won the game, I said, we had to get ready. You and I needed to get ready because he's going to give you the old, hey, we won the game. It's hard to win in the SEC. I mean, all that stuff.
Ignore the fact that my side of the football is playing like ass right now, and we're getting worse as this season goes along. And I have no answers, and I don't know what plays to call, and I can't figure out what works. Ignore all of that. We're 2-1 in the SEC. Don't ask who our loss was to. Don't bring up the fact that coach just got fired yesterday. No. We're 2-1 in the SEC. It's all good. Like, what are you doing, coach?
Yeah, I mean, I knew that. I could tell that was coming. And it's almost, and you'll be able to get him today too. There'll be all of that. He'll be upset. No, I'm not changing the quarterback. Well, we've got to get better. Well, your opportunity, you got better last week. You're supposed to build off of what you did. And if you made one change, that can't derail your entire offense. That change they made, BK, it can't do it to you because it only gets worse from this point on. And your team only had 7 penalties, guys. You already had a miracle during that game.
Boy, some of those penalties, though, and you're right. I mean, 7 is less than the season average of 8 on the year, but God, there were some inopportune penalties.
Those 60,000 hostile fans there, 60,000. My God.
Well, yeah, we talked about Texas trying to take the crowd out of the game with a strong start, and they couldn't. We had that stat last week of how the Longhorns have fared on their first 3 offensive possessions in games against Power 4 competition. The Ohio State game, the Florida game, the Oklahoma game, the first 3 drives in each of those games, so 9 total going into Saturday. Texas had 7 total points. Buck against Kentucky, first 3 drives, punt, punt, punt.
Yeah, that
not quite taking the crowd out of the game.
No, and a lot of people want to blame Sark for the play calling. Yeah. I mean, the execution. I mean, I can't blame the coach when a guy is wide ass open and the quarterback can't throw it on the guy. The simple, backyard stuff that guy's thrown that ball. I don't know. I just can't understand how he's so inaccurate. Whether, like I said, he's not a 5'9" quarterback. He's not having balls batted down. He sees over everything and they're clean. Yeah, there's defenders, and he should be since this year, all the practice this year, their defense, they had to have hands in his face since he's been practicing every day. My God, those guys can't hold anybody out, much less the Texas defense on a daily basis. So he's not having clean pockets. He's got pockets that are jacked up every day. So why can't he throw the balls that are open and he's seeing over the top of them? I don't get that part.
I know. That's the confusing part, right? And it was very Ohio State-like for Arch Manning to where, he just missed a lot of open receivers, and it's stunning, especially after what we saw against Oklahoma, where it just felt like he had turned a bit of a corner, and he just went right back. Here's Sark.
He can't gather any momentum as a quarterback to lead the team. It's just they're wanting him to do it, but I can see the players on offense looking around like, dude, that's not that hard to throw. I'm right here. You can see that in their eyes when they look at him and their receivers and whoever it is, the offensive lineman. I guarantee you in the film sessions, they must be looking back at him going, what in the hell?
Yeah, I mean, it's all bad. It's all bad.
And they do that. The players do that. They look at you and go, we're getting shit on for this. But, dude, it's such an easy throw. Just lead them a little bit so we can move on. We're going to get yelled at anyway. The offensive line coach is going to get yelled at our ass anyway. But when you have that kind of time and you just missed a guy and it's not close, they're looking at each other. They're saying, it's hard to be the leader. You know what I mean? It's like they're looking at you and they're not saying, oh, that's great. We missed the block, but you made the play. They're looking at, we missed the block, but you didn't do shit either,
Let me ask you this. If you're Steve Sarkeesian and you're coaching that game in Lexington on Saturday night, would you have made the move to Matthew Caldwell at any point during the game?
No. Probably not.
All right. Well,
Probably not, because
what you're
guess what?
living with.
I'm not really losing the game, and it's still Kentucky, and I can still win the game. And I know we're saying how did they win the game, but it's my defense is playing lights out. The only thing I say about the defense, too many long possessions. They could have had a couple 3-and-outs too, but they let those guys get a couple first downs too. I know, play on your head, stand on your head, but you can stand on your head for 3-and-outs every once in a while too.
Look, they had 3 3-and-outs. Texas's offense had 4 3-and-outs. They'd won fewer than the Texas offense. Like, they were on the field for 40 minutes because the offense couldn't get first downs. They couldn't move.
Yeah. The time of possession was just strange.
They gave up 13 points in a 5-quarter game. I ain't ripping the defense for that. Like, I mean, yeah, I shoot. All right, here's Sark. Back to the quarterback. Sark post-game, he was asked about Arch Manning's night. Here's what the head coach had to say.
Well, I think, one, we need to play better up front to protect him. It's not fun when you're at quarterback and you're getting hit, and it was way too leaky for him. And in turn, that can create some uneasiness, and when you have opportunities to make throws, you don't make some. I do think there was a couple critical passes that he did make. The third down to conversion to DeAndre Moore was a huge play for us. Again, that play to DeAndre that we hit him out the back door. But we've got to find ways to get him more completions. And again, that's our job as a staff to find that comfort level for him, because there was some really good plays in there. I mean, the ball to Emmett across the middle for an explosive, there's good things there, but there's some layups that we got to hit for him too, that he needs to hit. But we need to find more of those opportunities for him.
Dude, there's way too many layups that he misses. There's way too many of those. There's too many free throws, which are free, and layups that he just out and out misses. And coach, he doesn't have these clean pockets at practice. He's been used to having pressure in his face, because I got to believe your defense has been PK's defense has been slapping that kid around since the day he got here. You know? I mean, it's not like you go to practice and I got a really clean pocket. This is what I'm used to. That defense is coming at him during the course of practices in the springtime and in the fall. It sounds like Sark is like, you know what, our offensive line has been so clean and we take care of our defense every day at practice, and I don't understand why he's missing those throws. That's bullshit. That guy gets pressured every day.
Well, he doesn't get hit in practice. That's
he doesn't get hit, but he's got people up in his face. You think this group right here can stop the Texas defense, those guys, when they go against each other?
No, but it's different when you're not taking hits, right? I think you get rattled when you're taking hits versus if they blow the play dead or just tap you on the shoulder as they run by.
When you get a consistent in your face by your arm, you have to learn how to do that. And he gets that every day, and he's been getting it. That guy doesn't have a clean pocket. He hadn't had a clean pocket since he came here as a freshman, probably.
Oh, well, I think the last couple of years, the offensive line, I guess he's been working with the number 2 offensive line, which is
he's been working with those same guys getting beat up right now.
Yeah,
the same guys that are starters. The ones who start right now.
Yeah, look, Steve Sarkeesian will always have his players back. That's nothing new. But I think I know press conference Sark well enough to know that he's saying all those nice things about Arch, but he's really pissed that Arch Manning played like that. Like, he keeps saying, we need to make life easier for him. We need to give him more layups. We need to give him more easy throws. And I think the coaching staff can absolutely make life easier on Arch Manning. But I think Sark is did y'all see those plays? Did y'all see those receivers wide open?
The guy's wide open. He runs for a touchdown. The game's maybe different. You see the one to Jack Injuries. He's sitting in the hole 20 yards down the field, and he rockets the ball over his head. I'm thinking those change the game. That 13 points, I mean, that stuff could end up being 26, 27 points. Now the whole nature of the game changes. Hit one of those deals, please.
Yeah.
He talks about the ones that he talks about the 1 or 2 that he may hit, but he doesn't talk about the 5 that he misses. It's like, come on, dude.
I think it's the exact same thing I said after the Ohio State game. And I know I've said it a couple of different times during the season. This cannot be pointing out a couple of the good plays that Arch Manning makes.
Yes.
It can't be there's so much bad that like we have to remember these 2 or 3 good throws. It needs to be there's so much good that maybe there's 2 or 3 bad throws we got to clean up. But instead it's no, there's so much bad. Let me what did he do right? What did he do right? Hold on, quick. Let me come up with something to say.
Here's the 2 or 3 things that he hit.
Right. Like that's we can't be here. We can't be here at quarterback right now. And we're 7 games into the season, right? More than halfway through. It's obviously Arch Manning's 3rd year with the program.
That's
He
the
has
thing,
to be
BK.
better.
He looks like the kid on the other side was like a second-year player, was he not?
Yeah, redshirt freshman. That was only, I believe, the 4th start of Cutter Boley's career, because he didn't even start this season as the starter, mind you.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, Cutter Boley was a better quarterback.
Yeah, and he got his ass pummeled by the Texas defense, but he hung in there and made some throws that he had to make. I mean, they don't look, there's a confidence level that just looks totally different with Arch. I mean, those crossing routes, there's a little bit of finesse that you have to put on that ball. Sometimes they come out of there looking like Joe Pisarcik passes that dislocated my finger. I mean, they come out all kinds of ways. I'm like, oh my God.
Joe Pisarcik. Yeah, you got to be a true fan of this show and a true fan of the Buck to know that reference.
My God, that ball comes out like head over heels. I'm like, oh my goodness. Arch, lay a little bit off of that, lead him and let him run like a son of a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the head coach who's the quarterbacks, it's the offensive coordinator. I don't truly think it's a bunch of the play calling. It's just the execution. But the quarterback has to execute some of those plays, because those are plays that change the game. They truly do. Those aren't just like, okay, first down. Some of those are game-changing plays. If you miss a throw down, it's 20 yards down the field. That's not just a first down. That changes momentum in a game that's your defense is playing their ass off. If you miss Wingo going across the middle where that guy can catch and run, and you've not only done that in this game, you've done that in several games where you've missed him or thrown behind him or out in front of him. That's the stuff that has to stop. But I never thought of changing the quarterback. You know, if he didn't change the quarterback in Florida, he's not changing the quarterback. That guy's not changing the quarterback. Too much invested in this kid.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's just a Manning thing. I think you go back to Quinn Ewers' first year as the starter at Texas in 2022, right? The Oklahoma State game in Stillwater. There were a bunch of Longhorn fans clamoring for a quarterback change in that one. The TCU game that year here in Austin, there were a bunch of Longhorn fans begging for a quarterback change in that one.
Yeah, if a win is within sight, 16-13, stuff like that, he's just not going to do it.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, like, I don't know. Was there ever a moment in that game where you thought Texas was going to lose?
No, not really.
They should have lost. You look at the box score. I mean, it was total box score domination by Kentucky. And I'll say this, I'm not a religious watcher of Kentucky football by any stretch. I think I knew before Saturday why Kentucky fans wanted a change at the top. After Saturday, and after they somehow carved that game up, I now know exactly why they want Mark Stoops fired. That you've no business losing that game if you're a Kentucky.
Yeah, you're right.
But I don't know. Like, I always, even in overtime, even when Kentucky got the ball down to the 2-yard line, for some reason, I was
the goal line stand had to be that. The fans must be livid this morning in Lexington over that goal line stand about not getting into the end zone there. That's the one that by the end of the year, when he's gone, he's going to look back and go, oh shit,
dude. Yeah. And the fact that I was watching that game with some people on Saturday night, and I'm like, God, I hope they go for it, and I hope they keep running it right up the middle. The fact that they didn't do anything different.
Keep gut running it against that Texas defense.
They didn't try a QB sneak, a tush push. They didn't, do a play action and throw. They just kept handing it straight off right into the teeth of the Texas defense. Like, oh, man. Yeah, the Longhorn defense, they have made a living off of goal line stands in big spots these last couple of years. And, yeah, it was some unbelievably bad play calling, just perfect for Texas. Obviously, the Longhorns won at the point of attack, and they executed. But, yeah, I mean, that's – Kentucky had more than double the amount of offense that Texas did.
Amazing.
They had 395 yards of offense. They had 26 first downs. Texas had 179 yards and 8 first downs.
Amazing.
Buck, I don't know in my lifetime if I will ever see a team go on the road in the SEC, have 8 first downs and 179 yards of offense and win. Like, I'm not just talking about a Texas team. I'm talking about, like, any team in the SEC. I don't know if I will ever see that again.
Yeah, I just felt, it's just weird. Texas is getting blown out, which I haven't seen a lot of that in my lifetime. I don't turn the game. But I seriously was looking at other games during the course of some of these plays. I'm like, they're not going anywhere on this. That's not going to happen. It's 3rd and 7. They're not going to get the first down. Let me just turn. I'll come back when the punter comes out and see if the punt formation is proper. You know,
we have not even talked about the worst play of the game on offense. The worst play of the game,
not the original halfback pass or whatever the trick and pass.
No, yeah, the reverse pitch back to Arch Manning pass.
Yeah, the pitch back, double pitch back or whatever.
On a 3rd down. I didn't love that call right there. Now, the worst play for me for the Texas offense in the entire game was a 9-yard completion, which, considering Texas averaged 3.3 yards a play, you're probably like, why are you mad about that play? The worst play of the game, the reason this game needed overtime, the reason the Longhorns needed that goal line stand and that Mason Shipley 45-yard field goal to win it, was the completion to DeAndre Moore in the final minute where DeAndre Moore runs out of bounds.
Yeah, what was that? What was he trying to save time or something?
It's a 2nd and 10. There's 1:05 left. Texas has the ball in field goal range. It's tied
already. Yeah,
10. It's 10-10 in this game. Texas is already in field goal range. All you want to do is burn the clock out and kick it with as close to triple zeros as possible. So you just win the game. You don't give Kentucky another chance with the football. You just win the game. And you complete a pass. It's a great play call. It's a rare clean pocket. It's a rare accurate throw from Arch Manning. Hits DeAndre Moore in stride over the middle. And it goes, he cuts upfield for 9 yards. And instead of getting tackled in bounds or just falling in bounds, he runs out. Stops the clock. Kentucky doesn't have to burn their final timeouts. And then the next play, it's a 3rd and 1. You try a QB power, which hadn't worked all night. Nice play call there, Sark. It gets stuffed. Kentucky's able to use their last time out there, and Texas has to kick the ball with 57 seconds left instead of under 20.
By the way, Arch Manning, you're right, BK. Arch Manning's, by the way, his call runs. You can forget some of that stuff now, too.
Well, yeah, I mean, with the offensive line, I mean, he took a lot of hits. It wasn't just he was getting tackled. Like, he was getting blown up. But we're talking about a 3rd-year player with DeAndre Moore. We're talking about one of your most experienced players on offense, one of your 3 returning starters that you do have. In the huddle on that play before, don't you have to tell? I don't know if Sark didn't tell Arch to tell DeAndre Moore to get out of bounds on that play. It was clear that was a design play to DeAndre Moore. That's exactly what Texas wanted to do in that spot. So, Arch needed to tell DeAndre Moore before the play, hey, get down in bounds. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. Maybe Sark didn't relay that message. I don't know.
No, the player needs to know that. I mean, he's been around long enough.
He should know that on his own. And he looked pissed on the sideline. I think he realized, right after, oh, shoot, I made a huge mistake here. But you talk about a dumb team. They also had some untimely penalties, but that is the mark of a dumb team. It ain't just the penalties. You do stuff like that.
Yeah.
That is pathetic, man. You cannot. And of course, Kentucky gets the ball back. They march down the field. They kick a field goal. We're playing overtime. That almost caused that 9-yard completion almost cost Texas the football game because of how dumb this team was.
What was the secondary play like for 57 seconds? What was that like?
Yeah, Kentucky was able to move down the field pretty quickly. That was rough. That was a rough drive for the Texas defense. You're right. I mean, Texas still had a chance to get a stop there, and they didn't. They let Kentucky move down the field pretty quickly with no timeouts and kick that game-tying field goal with 14 seconds left. That would have been, my God, if Kentucky missed that kick, the calls for Mark Stoops' head that are already very loud in Lexington, by the way. It's dude, you have 14 seconds left. You're not going to run a play, try to get out of bounds, get a few more yards for your kicker instead of having to settle from way back here. I don't know if any other coach of the country would have kicked with 14 seconds left, but that's what they did, Mark.
More than anything that would confuse me is the fact they couldn't run against that Kentucky defense. I mean, like I said, linebackers had free runs at the running backs. Nobody got off because obviously – it's not just changing 1 or 2 guys. It's just that the carryover from last week, that's what surprised me that wasn't there. That toughness and meanness that they took in the Oklahoma game for that offensive line, because they're not all that talented. They didn't have that toughness about them in this game. It was like, I'm looking at that guy. He's looking at me. I'm looking at him. The linebackers are coming through clean. The running backs are getting just it's just there's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, they get no momentum in their run game with the way they run the ball. It's just, oh my goodness.
Yeah, Kentucky's run defense not very good this season.
Wow.
I think they were in like the 90s in the country in terms of
Man.
stopping the run going into Saturday. And yeah, one more time, Texas 28 carries for 47 yards as a team.
That's amazing.
It includes a couple of kneel downs and includes a few sacks there, but I think it was 2.3 yards a carry on the non-sacks and non-kneel downs for Texas on Saturday. So, goes without saying that's not good enough.
Please don't play. And I know they'll Cedric Baxter. He'll be back. He'll be back this week. I would take a coin and flip it up in the air. It's liable to land right on its side, right straight up like this. It's not go heads or tails. That's how much of a chance of that guy playing.
Can CJ Baxter play? Can he play left guard, Buck?
I think he can move his feet enough to be in front of somebody and then fall down or just get run over. But I see that anyway.
Right. Maybe more valuable there than he will be at running back. I don't know how much it matters if he's playing running back with the way the guys are blocking up front.
Yeah, I just find it hard for Sark to take the criticism of the play calling. The plays are there. I mean, he can take the criticism of the way the players are running. They're not getting it done. But I mean, the plays are there. They're not hard plays, BK. They're not hard. These aren't hard throws, but they change momentum of games, and the quarterback's not making those.
There weren't enough plays. Like those plays were there, but we're talking about what, 4 or 5? Like there's way too much.
But I saw 2 that can change the game for you.
I am not overall satisfied with the game plan on Saturday.
Well, I'm not satisfied with dropping back to Pat, going back to that. When your offensive line, even before that happened, you knew they couldn't do it. You had a game plan last week of getting rid of the ball quickly and being successful at it, and then putting the pressure on that defensive line with your run game. The drop back stuff, no. But the ones that he called that are right there, you got to make them. No, because then he's going to go right back to the same, throwing game. There's no carryover from having success of the week before. That's what bothers me, the fact that you played a rival game, you dominated them, bring that with you to Lexington, and you didn't. You did something different. Why?
You talked about them wanting to go forward, right? And you said this can't be a step back for Texas.
Right, it can't. No.
And it was a big one for the offense. Here's one more from Steve Sarkeesian post-game. He was asked what he can do and what his team needs to do to just get the offense going.
Well, we gotta quit the self-inflicted wounds. And I know, you guys see it like when there's penalties. And granted, we do some things that are obviously very frustrating. You get a hold the first play of overtime. You get a false start in the fourth quarter when we're trying to put the game away. We catch a pass with a minute to go and we go out of bounds without getting the first down, or stay in bounds and make them use the other timeout. Like there's little things that we're not doing offensively. We miss open throws. Clearly, I'm not calling enough stuff for our guys to feel good about what we're doing. But at the end of the day, it's like we can have high-scoring games, and I could air it out and lose. So if our style of game and our style of play is we're going to play hard-nosed football and we're going to play great on defense and great on special teams, we need to be more efficient on offense with the opportunities that we get. And that's what we need to do offensively is we got to minimize the self-inflicted wounds and become more efficient. And we weren't efficient enough tonight.
Just go ahead and say it. We're dumb. I mean, I'm waiting for that every Monday. I'm like, we're just a dumb team. We see that. He's acting like we don't see it, BK. You just see the plays that they dropped the pass or he didn't get it. No, we see all of it. We see guys get whip on blocking, just whiff. I mean, we're right there. We're seeing what you see, Coach. You're not surprising us by saying you don't see that. You only see the penalties. No, we see the other shit too.
Right. Yeah, and he brought up those 2 Brandon Baker penalties. And I thought Brandon Baker played a pretty solid game at right tackle, especially when compared to some of his offensive line mates. But he had a false start coming out of the 2-minute timeout, right? When Texas was trying to put the game away. Yes. And then, first play of overtime, you run one of those outside power sweeps that just had not been working all night. You get a hold. Texas, oh my God, a microcosm of this game. And why, if you're a Kentucky football fan, if those exist, you want to pull your hair out today. Kentucky had 24 yards of offense in overtime. Texas had -2, and Texas won. Texas had 3 points, and Kentucky had 0 in overtime.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for a new coach.
All you had to do after that goal line stand was just, all right, let's move the ball forward and kick a field goal a little bit, and instead you get a hold on the first play, and you're behind the sticks.
Yeah, Mark Stoops is saying, I had Texas at home. I had them beat. I'm going to lose my job, and I can win that game, and they may be thinking of keeping me for one more year, and I just let that one slip away.
Huge missed opportunity for Kentucky. Huge. And I don't know, like same thing with Billy Napier. It's like, I don't know if a win over Texas is going to be enough to save your job.
Yeah, because it's almost like, what kind of win is that now?
Right. But, Kentucky's, that was a desperate team. They were 0-3 in the SEC. They're staring down the barrel of another 4-8 type of season. They had a chance to do something just to inject a little bit of life in their program and just get a nice win for Mark Stoops, maybe in his final year. And they let it slip away. I mean, I don't know if Texas really went out and won that game. I think it was more of Kentucky going out and doing everything in their power to lose that football game. And Texas is like, all right, if you guys just want to hand it to us, then I guess we'll take it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mississippi State's better than they are, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're the 2 worst teams probably in the SEC. But, yeah, I do think they're better than Kentucky right now. I mean, Mississippi State has a nice win over Arizona State this year. Arizona State just handed Texas Tech its first loss.
Yeah, that's the only thing that made me happier, even in a win, was the fact that Texas Tech just got,
Yeah, they nearly came back.
How about that Joey McGuire?
But the Red Raiders lose their first game of the year. All right, we'll look around the country towards the end of the show, but obviously more breakdown from Texas and Kentucky. We've spent a lot of the first hour talking about the bad from the Longhorn offense, but we got to talk about the defense. We got to talk about the special teams. Those guys deserve some love. So we will talk about some of the positives for Texas and try to figure out if that can translate to these final 5 games of the regular season. But before we dive back into the Horns and the Cats, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends over at Sue Patrick since 1975. Got a chance to go over there on Saturday mornings. Good to see Jay and the gang over there. They've got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, of course, collectibles, accessories, and more. Tons of Texas-themed gifts, books, the whole works, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. The polos, it's that time starting. Hey, BK, started getting the long sleeves ready. Maybe. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to pull out the long sleeves here in the morning, because by the afternoon you're going to take them off. But they have everything that you're looking for. The Jelly Cats, all the new Jelly Cats are there. Free shipping, of course, on online orders over $59. Free curbside pickup and plenty of parking, folks. I mean, plenty of parking. Just pull into the parking lot and get all the gear, all the hats, and they've got tons of them. As a matter of fact, of course, they've got everything you need for volleyball. If you're a big volleyball fan, undefeated volleyball team, go over to Sue Patrick's, pick up all of your gear today. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to that Texas volleyball team beating 2
Absolutely.
rivals over the weekend. They swept Arkansas at Gregory Gym on Friday night, and then they beat Oklahoma in 4 sets at Gregory Gym last night. So great weekend for Texas. The Longhorns now 16-0 on the year, still ranked number 2 in the country. Jared Elliott's squad, they deserve your love. They deserve your support. It's a great coaching job over there. All right, now a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Love the Covert family. And Woods Comfort Systems, folks, get ready. Winter months are ahead of us, but they're not that far away. Make sure that your system, your heating system is working properly. That means get all the ducts and everything all cleaned out. Make sure the filters are changed. But while that air conditioning is being used, you want it at the right temperature, just the way you want it. And you can get that done. The technicians will get out from Woods Comfort Systems, get that all set for you. They'll winterize your home. They'll make sure that everything is still working. And if you have plumbing problems and you're just letting the leak kind of go by and the sound in the bathroom, that dripping sound, don't do that. Call on Woods Comfort Systems. They're also doing plumbing these days. And they've been doing this for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
No, they do not. woodscomfortsystems.com, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. What I got this morning.
Oh, yeah. You need to be creamed this morning for sure.
We all
you got a cream of a win.
We all need to be creamed on a Monday morning, don't we?
After a big win, hell yeah. Why not?
After a big win, get creamed by an OLIPOP cream soda.
2-1. Oh, what are we, 5-1?
5-2.
5-2. That's right. How about that? Get you some of that.
5-2. 2-1 in the SEC. Texas actually went.
The SEC.
Texas actually went down a spot in the AP poll despite the win on Saturday. Not something you see very often, especially considering how many upsets there were in college football this weekend. Man. But, the AP voters not very impressed by the Longhorns' victory. But the AP voters should be impressed by the OLIPOP. Everybody
should be
impressed by the OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. They've got more than 20 different flavors to choose from. So if cream soda is not your thing, that's all right. They've got plenty of options. And the difference between this and the sodas you've been drinking in the past, well, starts with the ingredients. You've got prebiotics, plant fibers, botanicals in every can of OLIPOP. 9 grams of fiber in this can, very few calories, only 2 grams of sugar in this whole can right here. This stuff tastes fantastic, and it's actually good for you. Next time you're at the grocery store, any grocery store, wherever you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Say hello to our friends over at CODA. Did you get a chance to go out and see some of that race yesterday?
I was there yesterday.
It looked like a beautiful day. It didn't look like it was crazy hot out there. It looked like it was pretty comfortable for watching the race. And boy, did they have a crowd. My God.
Yeah, it was a madhouse.
Wow.
Oh, man. Yeah, tough getting in, tough getting out yesterday.
It's still a tough get in
and
a tough get out?
And a tough get out. It was tougher because I went the wrong way out of there.
Oh, no.
Here's a big issue. Quick sidebar here, because I know people want us to get back to this football game. This blows my mind. It happens at every big event everywhere. This is not just a CODA thing. I love CODA. They do a top-notch, bang-up job with everything that they do. But you could ask like 10 different security guards or just like venue staffers where you need to go. It's like, hey, my car's parked here. How do I get there? You could ask 10 different people that same question, and you could get 10 different answers.
Oh, my God.
And that's exactly what happened. Like, we walked out of CODA. We walked out of the gates, and we thought we could go a certain direction, but they had it blocked off, and they wouldn't let us back in, which that's pretty normal. Like, we wanted to go back in, and it's like, okay, we know if we go out this gate, we're going to be where we need to be. And instead, it's like, no, we couldn't go back inside. So we just start asking people, like, hey, where can we go? How can we get to our car? It's over here. And one person sends us this way. One person sends us back that way. I mean, we just kept going. It took by the time we got to our car, the traffic leaving there wasn't that bad because it took an hour and a half to go find our car, basically.
Just walking around that big old place?
Yeah, that's a big place to walk around. I think, checking the phone, I think I was at more than 5.5 miles at CODA.
You're walking in, holy moly.
Some of that was obviously walking in and walking around the venue too. But yeah, no, that was, thankfully it wasn't like 95 degrees out there, but man.
It seemed like it was a pretty pleasant day for a Sunday afternoon at that time of the day.
Yeah, no kidding. Saturday was pretty hot. I didn't go out there on Saturday. But for the race itself, yeah, Max Verstappen, another win for him here in Austin. But, great theater, great concert from the Turnpike Troubadours post-race.
They did a good job.
They did a great job. And, it was a fun day. So shout out to CODA. Hopefully y'all made it out there. And, of course, they've got tons of big events at the circuit.
I see Bobby's got a bunch of roller coasters. It starting to look like the theme park that he thought it was going to be when he first had that property. I see some big monster roller coasters.
Yeah. There's one that's operational already.
Really?
Yep. CODA Land is what they're calling it.
They'll get my wife, but they won't get me on the roller coasters. Sorry.
You're not a roller coaster guy?
No, I saved that for Arlington, that wooden roller coaster up there.
What, the Texas Titan?
Yeah, that's the one I get. That's about as much as I'll get on as that thing right there. And when we were up there last week, I could hear like at 10 o'clock at night, I could hear people still screaming out there. Oh my God. You could hear them from the hotel screaming. I'm like, yeah, that would be me. That's one place I don't want to be. I'm not a coaster guy.
That's funny. Yeah, not really my thing either.
No.
But yeah, they got it coming at Coda next year. There were a bunch of signs that said Coda Land coming 2026.
Coda Land. Wow.
And I did see last night that Formula One just inked a 9-year extension at Coda. So that race this weekend isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Beautiful thing.
Yeah. Isn't there a way you can escape going south somehow to get back to Austin? I mean, can't you go, because you're already out there, you're southeast kind of. Isn't there a way to sneak going, let's go to hell, even if I had to go, if I could get out of there and head towards San Antonio and then flip it back around somewhere. I mean, people got that all, or I know you go down to Bastrop or you go to the tollway and all that stuff. It's just tough getting back to the Austin area, right? The I-35, you can forget about that.
Yeah, well, traffic is brutal. I mean, it's 71. That's how you get out to Coda. So 71 trying to get back into town after a race is just a nightmare. Like your best bet is just planning a trip to Houston right after that and just going to Houston for a couple of days.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Can you go past Bastrop, go towards Houston, go past Bastrop, head to College Station, and then come back this way? It's about the same.
Maybe the same amount of time versus just going west back into town.
Man.
So many people out there. And by the way, the airport today, this is expected to be like a top 5 day ever at Bergstrom.
Wow.
So plan accordingly if you are traveling today. It's going to be a night.
plus the strike that's on, the shutdown, the air traffic controllers, and those guys, some of them aren't getting paid. They got to be going, maybe I won't show up for all these folks leaving town today. How about a little bit of that for you? Down.
I'm taking the day today.
Yeah.
I'm out on that. Well, you know who did show up for Texas on Saturday night?
The most valuable offensive players, the kicker and the punt returner.
Sure, we could start with him.
Yeah, they are. They're the most valuable offensive players they have right now.
Well, the one offensive touchdown drive that Texas had was set up by that 45-yard Ryan Niblett punt return that brought him down to the 5-yard line.
Hey, he didn't let that one drop, and they had a guy right in his mug on that one.
Ryan Niblett had 2 punt returns, had a fair catch a couple of others, but he had 2 actual returns. Buck, he averaged 44 yards on those returns. And I mentioned one of them went for 45. That means the other one went for 43. And that set up Texas's late field goal in the fourth quarter. That guy, you're right. He was the best offensive player for Texas on Saturday night, despite not doing much when he was on offense.
All right, I'll take it back. Start putting him in at tailback. Okay, let's go. Give him the ball. Even though they know it's coming to him, put him in the game.
Well, they did give him a couple of receptions, 2 catches for 2 yards. One of them went forward for 5 yards. The other one went backwards for -3.
Oh, yes.
And I think it felt like he had 2 snaps on offense. I got to verify that. I'm sure he had a few more than that, but they did go to him a couple of times on offense. But special teams, obviously,
they got to get a jersey change for when he comes in offensively, because I think we all know if he comes in the game as an offensive player, where the ball, just follow him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could do that, right? He's 21 on special teams, but you give him some random number when you put him in there on offense. So I
think you can. They should. I mean, those guys on defense, they're dumb too. Maybe they're like Texas. Maybe they got a couple of dumb guys on defense, the opposing team, and they won't recognize them coming in the game.
Yeah.
Change his jersey every week.
Maybe you can. Although, do you have to announce that? Sometimes you'll hear the ref say, number 21 is now number 8.
I think that's only on like field goals and things like that, or when you're an eligible receiver at the line of scrimmage. I don't know if they have to say that if you're coming out of the backfield.
I don't know.
Because I'd just follow him. If I was a defensive player and I saw that 21 coming in the game, as soon as the ball is snapped, wherever he goes, I'm headed that way.
Right. Yeah. That's I think that's what defenses are doing right now. But they can't stop Ryan Niblett on special teams. I couldn't believe they punted to him that second time. And then, after Kentucky kicks that field goal at the very end of regulation, I couldn't believe they kicked the ball off to Ryan Niblett.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, that's right.
I know Niblett didn't, do much. He got to the 30 or something, but like I was like, oh my God, they're actually kicking it to him here.
No, I wouldn't be kicking it to that dude.
I would have kicked it out of bounds over kicking it to that guy,
No, I
considering
wouldn't
what
kick
he
it
was
to him.
doing in that football game. But yeah, Ryan Niblett, I mean, we're finally seeing him catch punts now, and he's a difference maker. I mean, he was much maligned, and I was a part of the criticism for the first month of the season. But
Well,
obviously,
he's not letting them bounce anymore. He's figuring, hey, I can do some good things if I catch the ball.
sure. And obviously, the 75-yard return against Oklahoma for that touchdown, the biggest play of the game a week ago. And then, yeah, maybe the two biggest plays for the Texas offense came because of Ryan Niblett's 40-plus yard punt returns. He's one of the best return men in the country right now. And I hope teams keep kicking it to him, because if he gets his opportunities and he fields those punts, he's going to make some things happen. He is an electric playmaker. So shout out to him.
Yeah, for sure. And the kicker, you're down with the kicker now.
I've been down with the kicker. I know Mason Shipley missed 2 field goals against Oklahoma, but they were 55 and 56 yarders. Like, those aren't gimmies by any stretch. Shipley bounces back, if you will, with a 3-for-3 game. That included a 53-yarder, by the way.
Yes.
They called on him to make one from 50-plus, and he barely snuck it in there.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
But they all count the same. And then, again, the one thing we hadn't really seen from Mason Shipley yet this year was, okay, in a clutch spot late in the fourth quarter or in overtime, can you go out there and make a field goal for us? And obviously, in the biggest spot, end of overtime on the road, late Saturday night, 45-yard field goal after the offense moves backwards in the overtime period. Mason Shipley, I mean, right down the middle. That thing was never in doubt. He was clutch as can be.
Yeah, he's pretty accurate. I like his distance-wise. I get a little nervous, but hell, after you hit 50, if you're at 50, what can you expect? That's like a toss-up to me anyway.
Right. Yeah, especially for a college kicker. And
Yes.
yeah, I mean, Shipley was great. I could tell you, if Bert Auburn is this team's kicker, we're probably talking about a loss today.
Oh,
If that game goes to double overtime, I don't know how much confidence I would have had in Texas's chances to win.
yeah, but that dude's on South Beach with a little bit of coin in his pocket and playing on a team that lost one. Hey, their team lost.
You said playing on a team. He's not playing. He's on the bench.
Well, he's got to go to practice.
Does he?
Yeah, well, he goes and sits in the corner and kicks balls.
I guess to get that NIL money, you have to show up.
Yeah, with that non-scholarship holder that he's using and snapper that's down in the corner somewhere.
Yeah. Bert Auburn's this team's kicker. I mean, probably doesn't even go to overtime because he probably misses one of those kicks that Shipley made in regulation.
Oh,
so that was a good get. Credit where it's due. A lot of people are dunking on Steve Sarkeesian for a lot of what he hasn't done right. Going out there and getting Mason Shipley out of the transfer portal, a definite upgrade at your place kicker spot.
And the punter's still consistent enough.
Jack Bomeister was awesome. He had 8 punts. That's not awesome. That's way more than you should have in any game, let alone a game against the worst team in your league. But 8 punts, 6 of them pinned inside the 20, 0 touchbacks, Buck. So that was like, again, Texas didn't have the backbreaking turnover on offense where they gave Kentucky a short field. And your punter kept pinning them deep in their own territory whenever he was out there. So that was, those 3 guys, Niblett, Shipley, Bomeister, game balls for them. They were 3 of your best players out there on Saturday night.
And I'm always kind of not. I like to recruit running backs, from high school and figure it out myself, kind of which guy is going to be outstanding. But yeah, in the portal, they need to go ahead and get one next year. There's just no doubt about it. There's a couple things in the portal we have talked about, but I've never been one to find, unless that running back is absolutely a great one that's just wants out of a place. And it doesn't matter what division they're in. A great running back is a great running back anywhere to me. So I think they got to go look for one, BK. They may have to buy one, but I think they still have to. Even if Trey Wisner decides to come back, there's just you can't have one guy.
Yeah.
You just can't have one guy. And I don't think they have 2. So.
Yeah, I don't either right now. And Christian Clark, I thought he looked okay on Saturday night, but
he's just an okay guy.
Well, they gave him 3 carries. He made a couple of guys miss. I mean, he averaged 4.3 yards a carry, which was better than anybody else who was running the football for Texas. I thought Texas abandoned the true run game a little bit earlier than they needed to.
I kind of felt that way, but it's just that there wasn't going to be any holes, and they don't have runners that are going to create a lot of stuff for themselves right now. because there's too much confusion on the offensive line. You know, after last week, all of a sudden it was by the middle of the third quarter, it was like, no, you might as well throw it and have somebody in your face than to hand it off, because those guys are going to miss. They're thinking too much of, do I have this guy in the run game? So, and it wasn't going to happen. And, you know, Trey Wisner never got enough energy going that he was going to get it going late. So
I don't know if it would have worked. I think the running back runs average like 3.3 yards a carry, which is not very good. But that to me is more of just like, hey, let's give our defense a bit of a rest, shall we?
Yes, please.
Like let's try.
It wasn't like they were going to run 3 runs for a first down. That just wasn't going to happen.
No, you're probably not. But you know, you run the ball, it doesn't stop the clock. You throw an incomplete pass, you'd 15 of those, by the way. Then that stops the clock, and that is more time on the field for your defense when you inevitably punt it back. So, yeah, I don't know if it would have worked. It's not like they were running it for 6 yards a carry. This isn't the Washington game in the playoff a couple of years ago where it's like, oh, my God, you guys are running it for 6-7 yards every time you hand it off. Why are you throwing it so much? This was more of just, hey, man, just run it to kill some more clock so your defense gets a
let the defense rest a little bit. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you couldn't do that because you're 3 and outs and giving it back to them anyway.
Right. It's taking time off the clock. That's what it does. It's probably not getting you more first downs. But anyways, back to the Texas defense as we hand out some game balls. Buck, I thought all 3 of Texas's preseason All-Americans were All-Americans on Saturday night.
Yes.
I mean, Anthony Hill was everywhere. He got hurt in that football game. Came back a couple of plays later and had one of the most athletic interceptions you'll ever see from a middle linebacker. Like that would have been
a great catch for a wide receiver right there.
Yeah, there are NFL DBs who don't make that play. And you're right, maybe some wide receivers who don't make that play. 12 tackles for Anthony Hill, 8 solos, also had a PBU as well. He was just flying.
He was tough in the middle. He kept their running game at bay, period.
Yeah. He was great. And we talked about it in the pregame show. Like it needed to be a game where the linebackers played well, and I thought they all did, but none better than the All-American Anthony
he was
Hill.
At the point of attack and stuffing guys. He was everywhere, but in the middle, he was tough in the middle.
Yeah, he was.
I didn't know how he was going to play that position, if he was going to be more of a finesse guy, but no, he stood in there tall, man. He's in there stuffing the run.
And here's maybe the most impressive part of really the entirety of the Texas defense's night, but you just want to look at Anthony Hill in a vacuum. I mean, Anthony Hill played 83 snaps.
Yeah, wow.
Texas, as a defense, played 89 snaps. You know who played all 89 of them?
Who's that?
Michael Taff. That's a leader right there. Man, that guy played really well. Texas's second leading tackle on Saturday. He had a great game, too. 89 snaps is... I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a long day.
That is a long day right there. They had the ball for nearly 40 minutes in regulation and then overtime as well. But I thought Michael Taff was great. And then Colin Simmons up front. Boy, he put that, sluggish first month of the season behind him pretty quickly, didn't he? He's got 5.5 sacks these last 2 games, Buck.
Yeah, he backed up the Oklahoma game. He's getting better.
Yeah, he had 2.5 sacks against the Sooners and then 3, including a strip sack against Cutter Boley in Kentucky. I mean, he's elite. Like this dude, if he could go pro in the 2026 draft, he'd be a first-round pick. The good news is we get him for 1 more year after this.
Oh, yeah. When he gets out there in that 2-point stance on the outside, boy, those tackles are like crapping on themselves.
Yeah, if you want to just block one-on-one or block Colin Simmons one-on-one, then be my guest, please.
Yeah, that's not good. And he gets out there and he gets really wide too. I'm like, oh my goodness, that tackle's there's no running back to help him out. Wow.
Yeah. No tight end chipping, no running back.
No.
I mean, they tried a lot of just one-on-ones against Colin Simmons. And again, I hope teams do that because I want Texas to win. But if you're an opposing offensive coordinator, if you're, Jeff Lebby at Mississippi State and you're watching film of these last 2 Texas games, like the first thing you got to see is like, oh yeah, we can't let that guy wreck our game.
Or we got to find ways to run up underneath him.
Yeah, that guy is going to create some turnovers. He's going to get our quarterback hurt. Like we've got to make sure that dude is accounted for. But yeah, Colin Simmons, again, 5.5 sacks these last 2 weeks. He has really turned a corner. Talked about Travis Shaw earlier. He did have that missed fumble on that Colin Simmons strip sack, but he made
God, they need to get those fumbles.
plays.
There's a ton of them that they overrun, it seems like.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like, this defense has been opportunistic. They've got a good number of takeaways this year. But you look back to the Florida game, the very first play of the Florida game, you force a fumble, and Michael Taff is right there, and he just runs right by the football.
Yeah, dude, and those are things that change the game. The game, if they get on two of those fumbles, the game's not close.
Right. And then, yeah, Kentucky, there's 2 muffed punts that Texas could have gotten.
Oh, man.
And then I think there were 2, maybe 3, maybe I'm forgetting one, fumbles that the defense forced that were just on the turf forever. And it's like, how in the hell are we not falling on this football?
Is that you? Do you dive off the couch then, trying to get to the fumble yourself?
Yeah, I was at an engagement party watching the game, and I was just diving at people's feet. Just diving on the ground. Everyone's like, what's wrong? I'm like, I'm going for the ball.
What do you think I'm doing? I got to get the ball.
Someone's got to get it. No one on TV is getting it. I got to do my part.
Man.
That was stunning. Yeah, you're right. It's a different game if Texas just recovers one of those. But again, I don't know. When you're on the field for 40 minutes plus overtime, 89 snaps, and your offense on the other side only has 8 first downs for the night, I've got no problem.
There's nobody on the defense mailing it in. They're playing hard.
Yeah, I've got no problem.
They continue to play hard. They're not asking the offense to do a lot, but they're asking to get a blow every once in a while. Can you guys get a little something going so we can so I can get a little Gatorade here instead of turning right back around on, it's 4th down. I got to go on special teams and get back out there on defense. Can you guys get a drive going at least to help us out?
Would have been nice. Texas's best offensive drive, by the way, before we let you hear from Steve Sarkeesian talking about the defense. Texas's most successful offensive drive, 6 plays for 40 yards that resulted in a field goal. Outside of the 5-yard touchdown drive following the Niblet punt return, the closest Texas got to scoring a touchdown against Kentucky was the 21-yard line. And that includes the overtime possession where they started the drive at the 25. They couldn't get inside the red zone on like an actual offensive drive. All the stuff we were dunking on Oklahoma for, like that was what Texas did, but even maybe worse against.
Yeah, this offense is so fragile. I mean, it's scary because this is the week now when you're going to that cowbell group. You got to really be calm, and you know how bad you want to yell at your guys this week for the way they played against Kentucky. It's like these little tenderonis here. You got to be careful how you get on them going there because as soon as the cowbells start ringing, they start getting fidgety and jumpy and jumping and holding and grabbing. It's going to be – I don't see good thing. Penalty-wise this week, BK, don't put a number on it because it could be astronomical, the number of penalties that could happen with this offensive line this week. So I don't know. Maybe this is the week you put your arm around them and you say nice things about them so that they're calm on Saturday. Because if you get them jittery during practice this week, it's going to be awful Saturday. This is the head coaching deal where you have to really have that thin line of what you do to these guys this week.
I don't care what you do, just figure out the offense, coach.
Yeah.
I don't care how you coach them up. I don't care what you have to do, what you do. Just find a way.
I don't know. I've been in these before, but it's like I lean more to wanting to kill them all the time when they play like shit. I want to be yelling and screaming because I want to satisfy myself too, because I'm a part of it. It seems like because I'm on the offensive side. So I want to yell at them because I've been getting yelled at my house by my wife and my kids are going, "You suck. Your guys suck." So I want to yell at the players. But with this group, I'm just they're like so fragile, and especially on the offensive line that, I'm going to be going around. I'm going to be at practice fucking ringing bells in their ear all week long. I got a bell. I got my graduate assistant ringing a bell to the running back. I mean, seriously, in their ear with the bell all week. You have to. Don't you? Is that got to be a part of practice, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm paying students. Hey, I'm using some NIL money on the students on campus to come to practice and come down on the field and just walk up and down, just ringing bells around the practice field. You have to. Just regular music and sounds are not going to simulate that madness that they're about to hear.
Texas has played in Starkville one time back in 1991, a game the Longhorns lost 13-6. But yeah, obviously this iteration of Texas football's first trip to Mississippi State for a game. But yeah, maybe that's what you do to try to replicate the atmosphere that you're going to get Saturday afternoon.
Get some student funds out, get some money for the students. Here's show up. Here's how much you're going to get for this day of practice and that day of practice. We got the cowbells. We order a bunch of cowbells, and you walk up and down the field just doing that, driving the players, because that's what it's going to be like, trying to hear.
Yeah. Well, Texas opened up as a 6.5-point favorite against Mississippi State. Remember, they were 12.5-point favorites against Kentucky. So Vegas not having as much faith in the Longhorns after what we just saw Saturday night, but the Longhorns still are favored in this game. We'll obviously see how the line moves throughout the course of the week. All right, more sound from Steve Sarkeesian here. Sark was asked in his post-game press conference if Texas is going to have to ride its defense to get victories in these final 5 games. Here's what Sark had to say.
Well, I think at the end of the day, like you play to the strengths of your team, and the strengths of our team right now is our defense and our special teams. You know, every team around the country is different. Okay. And, you know, if we won today 43-35, you guys be asking me about our defense, right? Well, we're fortunate enough that we're playing really good defense right now, and that's a good place to start, that you can play good defense. We're playing good on special teams, and you can ride that, but you got to do that. You got to play efficient offensive football, and we're not playing efficient enough. And so we're going to keep riding those guys because they deserve it and they're doing it, and we're going to continue to try to shrink the game and slow the game down. But these guys running upwards of 90 plays, sooner or later we're gonna the dam will break, and so we've got to be more efficient offensively to keep our defense off the field.
Yeah, the dam doesn't break, Coach. Your defense is fine. You got plenty of backup players with a lot of experience and are talented and really believe in what the scheme is and what they're doing on defense. On offense, you're just, I don't know, you're playing pickup sticks and you're trying to piecemeal things together. And your quarterback isn't leading your team. You can't run the ball. There's numerous things wrong with your offense.
Yeah.
So, and that's causing a lot of angst. I mean, I'm looking at Wingo. He's I don't know if he's checked out, but he's not very happy playing right now. He's not having any fun, and it's hard to have fun when you're open and the ball doesn't get to you. But then part of that is you've got to make plays when it does get to you also. So there have been occasions where you had opportunities, so you can't get too mad because you've been inconsistent at times yourself. So everybody's got to get together offensively and do whatever you can do, whatever you do best, which is, I don't know, but you're at practice every day. You got to figure out what is it that we do best, and we got to stick to it and really get good at that and hone in it, because you're not playing world beaters this week, but you're playing some aggressive guys on defense over there that are going to try to take advantage of where you have your weak parts, and your weak part right now is your offensive line. And your quarterback play, by the way.
Your offense. It's not like just one unit. It's the entire offense that is the weak part of your football team right now.
Yes.
And that's your side of the ball, Coach, and you've got to find a way between now and Saturday to get that fixed. Otherwise, you're going to lose to Mississippi State. You can't score 13 points in regulation and expect to win. So you can't have the rushing output that you had. You can't have the passing performance that you had. You can't do that in this league.
Mississippi State will their quarterbacks had a lot of experience, have been knocked out a lot, been beat around a little bit, but they will run the ball, and they'll continue to run it.
Sure. I mean, they're better than Kentucky, I think.
Yes,
I'm not going to sit here and try to argue that Mississippi State's all that good, but they're better.
They're better than Kentucky.
Yeah. So, look, I think Sark's right. I think eventually the dam will break. You can't rely on your defense to play 89 snaps every Saturday. You can't rely on them to hold everybody to just 13 points. You can't ask them, hey, give us a goal line stand at overtime in every single game.
You're right.
You're going to eventually lose multiple games, plural, if that's your game plan. So, yeah, the dam is going to break if the offense is that bad. You have to have some sort of complementary football. We saw it in the second half against Oklahoma, and we saw how good this team can be when they're firing on all three cylinders in all three phases. I should say firing on all cylinders in all three phases. But when one group plays as badly as the Texas offense did, then all of a sudden you're in a game like that against Kentucky. So,
winning is hard.
Yeah, winning was hard on Saturday night. That's for sure. It was very difficult for Texas to do on Saturday night. But yeah, that dam is eventually going to break. You cannot keep playing like that. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line. Oh, we got a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away. Yes, people, Texas did win that game on Saturday night. Got to remind everybody. Times I feel like I have to remind myself. I also would like to remind everybody, by the way, that of the 11 hosts on Texas Sports Unfiltered, only one picked Kentucky to cover on Saturday.
Yeah, that would be you. That would be you.
That would be me. I said Texas would win by one possession on Saturday. Now, I didn't think they would need overtime, and I didn't think it'd be as ugly as that. But I did have the under, and I did have a Kentucky cover.
And I picked a blowout.
You said 42-10.
Yes.
You were close on the 10.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take your thoughts, more takeaways from this game. We also will take a quick trip around the country and talk about some of the other big action from college football.
Tell me this. How did their stumble-bum their quarterback do what he was doing? And Arch couldn't do – I mean, he wasn't doing a lot, but he was making some plays here and there. And I don't know if – was he falling down and falling into plays or shot putting the ball to receivers to get the points that they got? How did they do it?
Cutter Boley?
Yeah.
How did they do what? Score 13?
Yeah. How did they score? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How did they score 13 points?
They had the ball for 40 minutes and Texas had 8 first downs.
God.
No, Cutter Boley, I'll give him some credit. Like, that was an impressive showing by him.
He hung in there, didn't he?
Yeah, he made the easy look easy. He also made some tough plays. He had some nice runs. There were a couple of times where I thought Texas had him dead to rights, and somehow, some way, there's Cutter Boley escaping the pocket and running.
Yeah, that's what he did. He did escape. He got out of some trouble.
You know, their one touchdown that they scored on offense was a Cutter Boley touchdown run where he escaped the pocket, found green grass in front of him, and just took off. And he, you know, I thought the game plan, it was a lot of short, easy, quick throws for him. Stuff that
they threw it to their tight end.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got difference makers at tight end too. Those guys are pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't, you know, they just did enough on offense. It's not like Cutter Boley was throwing the ball deep down the field and just killing Texas over the top. But he was taking what the defense was giving him, and their game plan was very good until they got into the red zone.
And they're about to get rid of their coach. He's going to be gone.
Yeah, their coach, their offensive coordinator, they all should be gone, man. Like that's, oh my God. I can't imagine there's any silver lining in Lexington today. You know, maybe nationally it's like, damn, you almost beat a pretty good Texas team. You were 12.5-point dogs. You took them to overtime. Like, all right. You watch that game. Kentucky had zero business losing.
Yeah.
I saw the S&P plus the efficiency metrics of any team that won a college football game in week 8. Texas had the lowest percent chance of winning. I think Texas had a 16.1% chance of winning that football game, and they still won, which means Kentucky had about an 84% chance of winning the game, and they still lost. So you take it. You just get the hell out of there and hope you don't have to go back anytime soon.
Hey, we're 2-1.
2-1 in the SEC. Do not forget. Don't ask about the one. Don't worry about what happened to their coach yesterday. 2-1 in the SEC. So shut your ass up and stop complaining.
Yes, and now I know I'm not changing the quarterback. So don't even ask me that question anymore. I don't want that question to even come up again.
Now, we had 179 yards of offense. Don't complain about that. It's the worst since Sean Watson was calling plays and Tyrone Sweet was the quarterback.
Since they were calling the quick screen on the first play.
How dare you question my offense? We're 2-1 in the SEC. All right, we'll take your thoughts. 512-222-9328. Oh, we got a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away. I think I mentioned that a few minutes ago, but if you want to enter, should have mentioned this earlier, but you still have time. All you have to do is send us any text on the Circuit of the Americas text line, 512-BABY-FAT. That's 512-222-9328. You text in anything, you will be entered for your chance to win a $150 Cabo Bob's Catering gift card. We will announce the winner at the top of the hour. All right, a couple more sponsor shout-outs here before we dive back into the football weekend.
Folks, our good friends over at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, locations in Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch each and every day. Teriyaki glazed pork chops, pulled pork sliders, Hawaiian wings, of course, the great Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast. All kinds of savings on glasses of wine, select beers, of course, and cocktails. And folks, Thursday is prime to wine on Thursday. Half-price bottles of beer with your prime rib dinner. You are going to love the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, Lonnie's famous fried chicken. You got to have that. But four great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch for the Lee Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. And this may be it, folks. This could be the best sports week of the year, right? Maybe these next 2 weeks count as the best 2 sports weeks of the year. You know why?
Why? Because I'm going to give you all the winners like I did this weekend.
You had an okay weekend. You were 6-5.
Come on, man. Are you looking a profit? Are you turning your nose up at a profit?
Well, you're still down on the year, so there hasn't been a profit this season. You did profit a little bit this weekend, but we'll get to that in a moment. But how about this? The NBA returns this week.
There you go.
Got hockey underway, playoff baseball. We got Game 7 tonight, and then, of course, the World Series starts later this week. And football every single night this week. There's no better time of the year to be a sports fan, which means there's no better time to call AV Consultations.
That's exactly right.
They're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas since 1988, and they can hook you up with the home TV setup of your dreams. If you want a bunch of screens on one wall like I have, they can do it. If you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck has, we're talking about TV screens here, people. You can do it. If you want the home theater room, the outdoor patio setup, whatever you want to upgrade your TV setup, you want the badass surround sound, AV Consultations can do it all for you. Check out their website, avconsultations.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last nearly 40 years. Get some ideas for your home and then make the call that you will not regret. Thank us later. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Once again, avconsultations.com. Yes, indeed. Also, some love to centextickets.com, your place to go for tickets for any big event coming to Central Texas, the state of Texas, all across the country. Hell, if you want to go to Starkville and deal with those cowbells for 4 hours on Saturday, you're crazy. God bless you. But you can get tickets to Texas, Mississippi State right now at centextickets.com. And, of course, when the Horns return home to take on a top 10 Vanderbilt team 1 week from Saturday, Centex Tickets has you covered. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You'll get 10% off of any ticket purchase.
Yeah, come on. Let's go. Let's get this game. Let's get this game this week and bring that Vandy team so we can bring them back down to earth here in a couple weeks.
How about Vandy taking it to LSU?
You think their coach, you think Brian Kelly's, do you think that seat is hot? Think they're mad?
So we had 2 coaches get fired yesterday around college football. We talked about Billy Napier a little bit. The writing was kind of on the wall.
Yeah, it's not like he was going no matter what, huh?
Yeah, like early last week we talked about it. It's like there were reports that said win or lose, Billy Napier's getting fired after Mississippi State. And Florida has a bye this week, and then they played Georgia. So I guess they wanted somebody in there for their biggest rivalry game of the season. But yeah, thankfully, Texas wasn't Billy Napier's last win during his coaching tenure because they did beat Mississippi State Saturday afternoon. But he got the axe. Jay Norvell also got the axe, the Colorado State coach, the former offensive coordinator at Texas. It's the only reason I bring that one up. Not too many people care about Colorado State, but there are some Texas ties there. But, Buck, there are about 10 other power conference fan bases that are ready to move on from their head coach. And I think LSU is one of them.
Auburn
is definitely one of them. Wisconsin is definitely one of them. Kentucky, after Saturday, is one of them.
Boston College,
yeah. Bill O'Brien, they're ready to be done with him. Who could have seen that coming besides everybody in the world? Yeah, there are a lot of fan bases. Florida State, there were reports yesterday that's like Florida State's trying to scavenge up the $54.5 million buyout they got to pay Mike Norvell if, because they want him to go too. They lost to Stanford on Saturday.
Stanford's bad.
Stanford's really bad. Really, really bad. So, yeah, we're going to see more coaches get fired here. And this buyout money, shoot, who cares? Nobody cares anymore about buyouts.
Except for the guy that's getting the buyout money who needs to go take a break from football for a year. Hey, go somewhere. Go to the Cannes Film Festival or something. Go enjoy your life. Take your family on a vacation or something.
Oh, you're talking about James Franklin?
Yeah, why is he talking about, I can't wait to get right back at it? Really? Can you take a week off? Can you take a week off before you start talking about, I need to be coaching again? I can't wait till my next job at Lafayette.
I say it all the time. Like, if I ever win the lottery, I'm not working another day in my life.
I mean, $49 million. And he's talking about, I can't wait to get to my next gig. I'm like, I can't wait to get to my next bar.
Yeah. That guy, instead of being in Cancun right now, he's hanging out in Athens, Georgia at College Game Day. Probably woke up at like 6 a.m. to be a part of that interview. And it's like, dude, yeah, you could take the coach out of the game, but you can't take the game out of the coach, I guess.
Dude, you could take me at the golf course at someplace. You could take me at Pebble Beach on that Saturday morning instead of on College Game Day with Nick Saban. I think I'd be passing on that.
I'd be anywhere but there. I'd be as far away from football as possible.
And I love when they tell you how I was surprised I got fired. I was surprised I got that phone call. Really?
Yeah, we were all pretty surprised that
you haven't heard. Hey, that's one of those. That's when you don't hear the noise. You know how coaches say we try to keep the noise. We try to keep away from the noise. James Franklin obviously didn't hear the noise outside the building.
No, yeah, we were all pretty surprised he lost to UCLA and Northwestern, Coach.
Yeah,
that surprised us. So now we're gonna hit you with a surprise. You fired.
Yeah,
you're gone. Oh, man. Yeah, this is going to be, I think, the craziest coaching carousel that college football has ever seen. We just passed the midway point of the year, and we're already talking about some big-time jobs being open. I mean, Penn State and Florida, plus UCLA, plus Virginia Tech, plus Oklahoma State.
Wow.
Yeah, we're just getting started, boys and girls. We are just getting started.
No, you're right. We're just getting started on some places. Yeah. Yeah. And there may be some people that are leaving good jobs to go get better jobs.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, a lot of schools, Ole Miss, if they want to keep Lane Kiffin, they're going to have to pony up some cash.
You think Florida's going to come after him big time?
I think he's going to be Florida's top choice. Yeah, I think he should be. I think he makes the most sense, don't you?
Yeah, it does.
A guy who's proven he can win in the SEC. You've got more resources at Florida than you do at Ole Miss. Not that they're lacking. Ole Miss is fine, but Florida's got more, and Ole Miss has never won a national championship before. It's been proven that you can win titles, plural, in Gainesville. So, yeah, I think he's the first call, and I think if Ole Miss wants to keep him, they got to, like, a lifetime contract him.
Ooh.
And even that might not be enough. Texas Tech offered Chris Beard a lifetime contract. He's like, to hell with that. I'm taking a better job.
What about Joey McGuire? Isn't Joey going to get Oh, he doesn't have a lifetime contract anymore.
After the loss, no. If Joey McGuire wins the Big 12 this year, then Tech will pony up. I mean, Cody Campbell's paying everybody out there, so McGuire will be taken care of if they play well. If not, shoot, they might go after Lane Kiffin. Who knows? They could pay a coach $20 million a year in Lubbock right now, the way they're throwing money around. Clark Lee at Vanderbilt. That's another guy. We just talked about Vanderbilt and their big win over LSU. Vandy's ranked in the top 10 in the AP poll for the first time since you were in college, Buck, 1947.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much. That would have been 1973, but that's okay. You're a little off. But that guy has got to be thinking, am I going to keep it going here? Or do I just, is it my time to get going?
The latter is probably the answer to that.
Yeah.
I think if you're Clark Lee, like if somehow, some way, Diego Pavia, I think he's able to play another year after this one.
Come on.
I got to double check that. I can't remember.
Not after doing the Heisman pose, not striking that pose. He struck that pose. He's gone.
If the season ended today, he'd be going to New York I don't
Well,
know
he'd
if
be
he'd
going
win.
to New York. I don't know if he'd win, but he'd be going for sure.
Yeah, I think Ty Simpson at Bama is still your favorite right now.
Yes.
But Diego Pavia is in the top 4 or 5 for sure. He was great on Saturday. LSU, I couldn't quite figure out why LSU was just playing man defense with no spy. As a guy who was rooting for Vandy in that football game, I was very happy with that. But yeah, Diego Pavia, 17 carries, 86 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns.
86 yards with nobody spying on him.
Yeah, Vandy ran for 239 and 3 scores as a team against what was thought to be a very strong LSU defense.
Oh, yeah, that fullback looked good running the ball.
Who, Diego Pavia?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot you keep calling him.
I don't think he's fat, but he's round-shouldered. I mean, I don't think he has a six-pack unless it's underneath the bench, and as he's playing, he's drinking it.
I was gonna say that guy maybe has a 6-pack a day, but
I'm not. He's very religious. He always thanks the Almighty first. You know, everything he does, he references God, which is a good thing. So I don't think he's out there slamming them. Well, not at least before halftime.
You could be a God guy and still be a beer guy. Those two things are not mutually exclusive.
That's true. You are. You do the same.
Yeah, of course.
You're a God guy, but you're extremely a drunken fool. So that's okay.
Thank you very much.
Come on, Pablo. Keep winning. You keep winning. The Aggies keep doing your thing. Just get here to Austin, both of you.
Yeah, Vandy's got a big game against Missouri this weekend. Another one in Nashville, but that's kind of a college football playoff elimination game. At least it feels that way with both of those teams having one loss. That was a big game. The Georgia-Ole Miss game was incredible theater with Gunnar Stockton. My God, what a night for him. 26 of 31, 289 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Also had a rushing touchdown as well. 5 scores for Gunnar Stockton against an Ole Miss team that, of course, was unbeaten going in to Sanford.
Makes a difference when you have receivers that can actually catch the ball, that have speed and actually can catch it when you throw it to them.
Yeah. And, well, Colby Young, who's one of their best receivers, got hurt early.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
But it was the Dylan Bell show, and Zachariah Branch was really good too, and Lawson Lucky. I think he had 3 touchdown catches. Yeah, that was a great showing by the Georgia offense, man. That
now,
defense.
Lucky's a tight end, isn't he?
What's that?
Is Lucky the tight end? 7?
Lawson Lucky is, yes. I think he's
man.
7.
And when he's open, he's wide open.
Yeah, they just lost him a few times in that football game. But big one for Georgia. Ole Miss gets their first loss of the year. Alabama crushes Tennessee.
Oh, man.
It's like that usually happens when those two teams get together. And Oklahoma with a nice bounce back over South Carolina. They smoked the Cox on the road.
Yeah, the Cox weren't very good. There's another job that is going to start getting a little hotter.
South Carolina, good point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I asked Chris Phillips last week about Shane Beamer and his future. And I think he's like, well, he did enough last year. They won 9 games. Like,
yeah, that's true.
That may buy him at least 2026. But that's a bad football team. That was a preseason top 15 team in the country.
Yeah, they don't look good at all, offensively or especially on the offensive side.
Yeah, and Lenore Sellers was, I think, first team preseason All SEC at quarterback.
That dude hasn't been the same since the day he got knocked out.
By Vandy?
Yeah.
Vandy got him there. So there you go. Some SEC action. You had 4 top 10 teams lose. First one was Friday night with Miami going down at home to Louisville.
Well, we knew that was coming eventually in the year. We knew that guy couldn't get through the season undefeated in the ACC. You know that.
Louisville got Miami last year too, and that was one of the losses that kept the Canes out of the playoff. Now we'll see. Miami's still a top 10 team, only a 1-loss team, and they're still in a bad conference, but that was not one that they needed to lose.
Weeks ago, I thought Georgia Tech was the best team in that conference. I still think they are.
Georgia Tech, nice win on the road at Duke. They stay unbeaten. You also had number 7 Texas Tech lose at Arizona State, and of course Ole Miss and LSU. We just talked about them.
Yeah, that cost me with my cousin at Tech. Did a couple of nice parlays. I took them. I believed in them on the road.
I mean, they looked like the best team in the Big 12 by a wide margin. And Sam Levitt, give him credit, man. He just put the team on his back. And look, Texas Tech didn't have Baron Morton. They were playing with their backup quarterback, Will Hammond, who's been pretty good for them in a couple of games this year. But yeah, Texas Tech got down early. They clawed back. They made it very interesting down the stretch, but ASU was able to get it done at the buzzer. And yeah, big win for them. Now BYU, the best team in the Big 12, at least rankings-wise and standings-wise.
You know what else? TCU's playing okay again too.
TCU?
I think are they a 1-loss or 2-loss team? It's maybe one.
2-loss team.
Okay, 1 loss in what? In conference play?
I don't know.
Dave Aranda's that one of those guys on the hot seat.
Dave Aranda at Baylor, definitely on the hot seat. Yeah, TCU right now is 5-2, 2-2 in the Big 12.
2-2, okay.
Both of their losses came in conference play. All right, Cowboys, Buck, little NFL here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Dak Prescott and the Dallas offense just continue to dominate. And they got a little help from the defense yesterday. How about a pick six from Deron Bland? A couple of nice plays by the Cowboys defense as Dallas doubles up Washington at home 44-22.
They could bet the over in the Cowboys games from now on still.
Yeah, it sure feels that way, right?
Yeah.
The big storyline was Jaden Daniels going down. The Cowboys had a big lead at that point in the game anyways.
They weren't coming back, no.
They kind of felt like once Marcus Mariota entered the football game that the Cowboys were going to be able to coast to a win. Dak Prescott, another strong day for him, 264, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. The Cowboys ran the ball well. Nice having CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens on the field at the same time. A lot of deep shots where those guys were just blowing by people in the Washington secondary. Impressive. Very impressive by Dallas. And they're a couple plays away from being like 6-1 right now. They're also a couple plays away from being 2-5. But it's like they just win that game against Carolina, or if they don't tie against Green Bay, then maybe it feels a little bit different. Here's Dallas right now, 3-3-1. Yeah, their offense, it's like the opposite of the Longhorn football conversation, isn't it?
Oh, it is, no doubt.
Yeah, for Texas, it's like, well, the Texas defense gives them a shot in every game, but their offense could lose every game. For the Cowboys, it's, their offense gives them a shot in every game, but their defense is bad enough to where, yeah, you could lose to Carolina. Or
the Commanders couldn't get the run game going whatsoever. They had to drop back, and they were missing both of their wide receivers.
Yeah, they were a bit shorthanded on offense. And Robbie Chosen, the former Robbie Anderson.
Oh, that's right.
That's who that guy was.
Skinny neck dude was out there playing wide receiver for them.
Yeah. Skinny ass dude with the fro.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
He's a decent player in this league for a while.
But that guy was with the Jets at one time, was he not?
Yeah, he's bounced around. Panthers, Jets.
Somebody still likes his speed for some reason.
Well, he was elevated from the practice squad. The
The
reason was guys got hurt. That made the difference there. No Scary Terry yesterday. No Debo yesterday for Washington. So that helps Dallas's chances. And then a little MLB. We got a Game 7 tonight, Buck. You have a Gold Star lock for Mariners Blue Jays Game 7 north of the border?
That's not an American team, so I shouldn't be rooting for them. But boy, they got a little momentum going right now. Who's on the mound for both teams?
It'll be a rematch of Game 3. George Kirby started for Seattle, and Justin Shane Bieber starting for the Jays. By the way, Game 3, a game Toronto won 13-4 in Seattle. Yeah. They got to Kirby early in that one.
I got to believe it's Toronto for a 50,000 unit play.
Has to be, right?
Yeah, it has to be. They're on a heater right now.
We're just talking about,
and it is the Mariners, right?
That's it. Like we were talking about some of the biggest chokers in sports. It'd be very on brand for the Mariners to go up 2-0 on the road and then end up losing a best-of-7 series. I think that fan base is like, I think they know it's coming too.
They do. They all know all day long. They're going to know.
They're just gonna know. Like, can we push this game for a couple of days so we can enjoy this season for a little longer?
Yeah, I got to go 50,000 unit play there. By the way, how did I do? How did I do for the people?
So you went 6-5 over the weekend. The NFL saved you. You were 3-0 on your NFL
I
picks.
am good, and I'm good in the NFL picks.
I wouldn't say that. I would say you had a good day in your NFL picks.
Wow.
You were 2-9 last week. Don't forget. But you were 3-0 in the NFL. Good job on that. 6-5 overall. Up 50,000 units for the weekend, but you were still down 100K on the season.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the Lions tonight for 100K.
Okay. I was going to ask, you've got 2 NFL games tonight.
I'll take the Lions for
Okay.
100K, and I'll take Seattle for 50.
No love for the Texans, huh?
No, not on the road. Not against this Seattle team right now.
All right. Lions -6.5 against Tampa Bay. What a great game that's going to be. And then Seattle hosting the Houston Texans coming off a bye. Seahawks 3.5 is your line there.
Yeah, away from our deals, they got some cousin money there on the Eagles yesterday. Way to go there, A.J. Brown and company.
Your cousin bet on the Eagles yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't come near the Vikings. No chance.
No. What was the number in that game? Do you know?
It was weird. It was like, am I thinking 2? It's just some weird, easy number, BK, like 2.
All right. Well, it worked for you. Eagles won by 6 yesterday. So we'll talk more about the other action from college football and the NFL on tomorrow's show. Obviously, today dominated by Texas, Kentucky talk. The Longhorns get a win on the road and survive.
Yeah, Eagles were -2. You had to take that shot, right?
Yeah, they hadn't been playing well, I guess. But yeah, that's a good one for your cousin right there.
And Carson Wentz was still quarterbacking for Minnesota. So
yeah, betting against Carson Wentz is never a bad idea.
Yeah, you're right. That's how I felt yesterday. It's like betting against Patrick Mahomes with the line being 14 was easy enough yesterday.
Yeah, well, he's got his full complement of weapons back.
Wow, does he ever, man?
The Raiders. Yikes. Geno Smith. Stop. I've been writing off Geno Smith for years. I'm still waiting for him to write back. He hadn't sent me shit.
Hey, people keep paying him. He still keeps getting big contracts.
Terrible. All right, quick shout out. We'll give the Cabo Bob's gift card away in a moment. Shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas.
If you had a collision this weekend, if somebody collided with you.
Oh man, yep. If you got in a wreck with all the traffic here around Central Texas, call on Hurricane Hecht to get you the money that you deserve. He's going to fight for you every step of the way. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins. That's right. No legal fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Let him flood your wallets with cash. He's the best in the business. HechtLawFirm.com, or you can give him a shout. 512-938-8929. All right. I see the boys in the waiting room. We've got Double R. We've got Wags. Wags, how you feeling, brother?
I'm good. Getting a little bit better. The voice is kind of back. Voice is back, and no more pins and needles. A lot of chloroseptic over the weekend.
Very nice.
A lot of chloroform.
It's funny how the old medicine still works, right? Like
Robitussin, all that shit works, man.
Right, all the stuff that with all the poisons or whatever, it'll cure you immediately. It'll cure you right up, buddy.
You need to put Vicks on your chest.
Don't buy into all that stuff. Hey, 16 Tylenol still will work for you.
That's right. Tylenol. Put Vicks on your chest and on the bottom of your feet. That's what my aunt always did for me. Even if I wasn't sick at night, she's like, put some Vicks right here and on the bottom.
Kind of funny little family there. The aunt comes over and put it on your feet for you.
Yeah, I put some Tiger Balm on these bitches' nuts. That's what I
got to take care of me. Got to take care of me.
Yeah. Put this on and also huff this bag of glue right here.
Put the candy down and let the little boy go.
I still wear Ben Gay just because I love the smell.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, you still wear Ben Gay because you been gay. Double R, as they say in the streets.
I've been a Vicks vapor rub guy in the chest. My mama would put it on my chest. I never had it on my feet though.
Yeah.
I joke about it, but I always have preferred Tiger Balm, like
Tiger Balm. That hot ass stuff.
That's for pain, right?
Tiger Balm is for pain, but it also it opens up my sinuses.
Hang on.
Yeah, I bet it does.
I'd be onto something here. I like that. Yeah. I'm more of a magic marker guy, but there's plenty of ways to skin a cat, right, boys?
Absolutely.
I'll hold the. Never mind.
All right,
boys, we're 2-1 in the SEC.
Yeah, if I hear you guys complain one time on today's show, Steve Sarkeesian is going to be very upset, and so will I, because we're 2-1 in the SEC. So don't talk bad about this football team.
Winning is hard, boys. Winning is hard.
He did. They did not. Winning is not easy.
Okay, whatever. Yeah,
yeah.
There's a difference. There's a difference on how you spin it. Winning is not easy.
Yes. It's not easy when you got this offensive line.
So here's what I'm doing, guys. I'm not saying the offensive side of the ball anymore. I'm saying the offensive side of the ball right now, because that's what that is. That's horrible. It's Saturday night. I'm sitting here, and before we did the post-game show, I told my dogs, I said, be ready, because Uncle Zay and I are going to be pissed off. We're probably going to be yelling, but we were calm because it was a win's a win. A win's a win.
It's the SEC night, Bourbon Land. Come on, man. Kentucky bourbon
be able to run the ball, Buck. You know that you preached that to all of us, right? You always got to be able to run the ball, and they just can't. And I know we're being cute and we're being, fictitious or
facetious.
Facetious, thank you. But yeah, like if you can't do the little things, right? If you can't get more than 3.5 yards a carry, if you can't move the rock consistently, it's not going to happen. You can't block.
8 first downs, buddy. That's impressive that they got that many
in 5 quarters, guys. They got an extra quarter.
Yeah,
and they had 8 first downs.
I just don't know how you change some of that. Some of that stuff can't be changed during the season. You can't do it in a week.
What I was going to ask you, Buck. Like, where do you can you do anything mid-season? Like, where do you go from here, knowing of all the holes that are up front? Like, how do you fill them?
Well, if you have some youth at some of those positions that are physical enough, you can. But they got young guys that just aren't physical enough. They went from a physical football team last week to, I don't know, a team that was playing once again like they were playing against Texas El Paso. I don't know how you got deflowered again somehow. I mean, from a week, how does that happen?
It's mindset. It's got to be mindset, right? Like,
it
how
is
are you not prepared?
Yeah, I don't know how you go backwards that quick.
That's coaching.
Right. How is there regression from what we saw against a better in my opinion, a better defense, Oklahoma, much better Oklahoma defense than we saw in Kentucky.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, where's your mindset of, hey, we got to get better after we just beat Oklahoma. We can't be the same team. We got worse. I'm like, you can't get worse in a week like that. Even if you have to change, it was like they changed 5 offensive linemen, not just one guy. It's like they changed the whole offensive line, and they brought in a bunch of redshirt sophomores to play in that game on Saturday. And
you see the PFF grades for the offensive line? Nick Brooks had like a 14.1.
Yeah, that's not good.
That might be generous. That might be kind of generous.
Yeah.
But I said, what do you do, Rodney? Now after you just got through, you won the game, and now you're going to go to that place, all the cowbells. You only had 7 penalties, which was amazing. Now you're going to go there. Is this the week that you go crazy? Because you want to, as a coach, you want to scream at them, because I told BK, because that's your house. Your kids are yelling at you. You suck. You won 16-13. I had a big bet. Your high school son is saying to you, I had a big bet in that game, and you couldn't cover, Dad. Your team, you guys suck. I mean, what do you do to your players? Do you scream at them, or you put your arm around them and say, listen, there's going to be a lot of noise. By the way, there's going to be a lot of noise Saturday. How do you keep your wits about you?
Well, I'll tell you, I think the first thing that needs to happen is, I mean, these guys are awful pampered. I mean, I think it's time to put a foot in somebody's ass right here.
Yeah,
I lean
that way. I've always leaned that way as a coach. Like when you don't play physically, I lean that way, doing more screaming than pampering guys. This is the week where I'm going to be so pissed, because I know guys are going to be jumping and illegal. I just know it's going to come.
I know
it's going to happen, but I want to put my arm around them and tell them, hey, this is my job. I want to start crying in front of them. I got a family. I make a lot of money, guys. Come on now. Yeah. Can't be jumping off. So I want to play to their sensitive side a little bit today, too, for a couple of days.
All right.
You want to yell at them. You just want to yell at them.
Show up with donuts and lattes and all that shit at practice. Here you go, guys. We won. We can do
I told
better.
BK, why don't you show up with a bunch of students bringing cowbells to practice and just going nuts?
Yeah, how are they going to simulate that? I mean, I think if they're going to blast DJ Jazzy Jeff over the PA, I mean that's not going to do it. I mean, you need to get out there and find some I don't know, go to A&M and practice at Yale practice or something.
Get some of these homeless dudes that come off the streets and pay them some money with give them some cowbells. Tell them, here, you're going to have to walk up and down the track here for a couple hours this week and just ringing those things constantly in everybody's ear.
Buck, before you get out of here, I wanted to ask you something. With a little over a minute to play, the Longhorns go out of bounds and stop the clock and give a gift to to Kentucky, right? Give another timeout essentially to Kentucky. At what is it justified to say that is on the coaching, or is that just a mental mind lapse at sometimes, like an adrenaline dump and someone runs out of bounds just because they had a mental lapse? But at what point can we start holding the coaches accountable for some of the mishaps that we're seeing time and time on the field each week?
Well, I think I got a feeling that the coach has gone over that situation with the player numerous times. The player is not a young player who's never been in a game before.
That was Wingo, right? Wasn't that Wingo?
He should know. Oh yeah, he should know better at this part of the game.
More.
But the head coach is the guy who has to relay all that stuff the week of practice. In some meeting at some time when he's with the offensive staff, with the offensive players there, and say, this is what we can't do. This is what we can't do. You only need that to be told to you once or twice in your life to know that you can't run out of bounds there. I mean, I put that more on the player, but because the coach has gone over that before with a player, but that's not a kid. That's a guy who starts for you and has been starting for you, that knows better at that time.
A leader. That's a senior, yeah.
But your coaches on the sideline have got to be saying, in this, when that play comes out, if you had a veteran quarterback, he's got to be saying to the player, hey, this has come to you. Dude, stay in bounds. Catch it and stay in bounds. Catch it and stay in bounds. But as a player, as a wide receiver, running back, or a football player, you got to know you got to stay in bounds anyway. Some of that is on – a lot of that is on you. I don't want to get after the coaches for that. That's the player. That situation, you need to know all situations, right, BK? You have to know that. You can't run out. Hey, I can't catch and get a first down and run out of bounds. There's no reason to do that.
Well, somebody should have told DeAndre Moore, but right before the play, to do that.
Yeah,
he should know. He should know without that. He's played enough football to where he should just know the situation. But Sark's got to tell Arch, and Arch has to tell everybody in the huddle, like, hey, if you get the ball, get down and bounce, please. Or if DeAndre Moore, he also could have gotten the first down.
Exactly.
Yep. Instead, he goes 9 yards, and it's 3rd and 1. If he gets a first down, it doesn't matter if he goes out of bounds, because you got 3 more plays you can run, and you can.
You take another step, you got a first down.
Right. So either go down and bounce short of the line to gain, or pick up the first down. I guess best would have been both. He did the worst possible thing in that situation.
Well, thank goodness.
I would say it's more on the player.
Yeah, I think so. Well, thank goodness we got a kicker. Thank goodness there is a kicker now, because I heard you say this a while ago, BK. If it's the other guy before, you don't get the overtime, because you will lose that game. So thank you, Bobcats.
I caught up with Steve Sarkeesian right after his post-game press conference. This is stuff that nobody else has access to. Here's what Steve Sarkeesian had to say about his team moving forward.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me?
Yeah, no playoffs. I just hope we go win a game. Is what Steve Sarkeesian went on to say.
One victory away from being bowl eligible, boys. That's all you need to remind yourselves. It's tough in the SEC. And you're just one win away from being bowl eligible.
Back to San Antonio. Back to the Alamo Dome.
I don't think we can go there. I don't think we can go there. We're not capable.
By the way, I'm just letting you guys know right now, if Texas beats Mississippi State, even if they win by 30 and everything's great, and it's all right, that's what we wanted to see. That's more like it. I guarantee you in Steve Sarkeesian's post-game press conference, he will open it up by saying we are bowl eligible. I guarantee you he's going to make that a note. We some of the guys before me couldn't do this, so it's still a big deal.
Yeah,
it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Sun Bowl's big, man.
Sun Bowl's big.
Yeah.
Sun Bowl.
El Paso by the Rio Grande. Thank you.
There
Marty
you go.
Robbins.
Hey, 2-1. I'll take that victory, because that could have been a loss. So we can. I'm gonna love them up. I'm not screaming at them this week. No, I'm actually gonna love up my team this week against Mississippi State. And I'm gonna let the chips fall where they may, because those cowbells. I'm gonna put the over under of penalties this week, BK, at 11.
Okay. It sounds like you're confident.
I think 11 and you still can be in it.
Oh my God.
All
All right.
5-yard illegal procedures. Hey, how about the punt team, Rodney? 2 straight penalties of not being able to line up.
I'll tell you, man.
It was what they got penalized for. It was when they got penalized for. Just bad situation. It was terrible football. Bad situational.
So somebody told me yesterday, it's like, well, you know, Kentucky was bad. I'm like, no, Kentucky's still bad. And they're so bad that they found a way to not win that game.
Yes.
That's it. That's a great point. Like they're that bad that they should have, could look at the stats. They should have won. So
yeah.
Man. All right. The randomizer almost gave up on you guys.
We won the game.
Let me hit it again.
Yeah. Whoa. God. Easy on that, Wags. The winner, hey, because Texas did win the game. Let's not forget. The winner of the $150 Cowboy Bob's Catering gift card is Titan Lawn Services.
Oh, very nice.
You got a saved name on the Coda text line.
Nice.
His only message this morning was Franklin to Florida State. So no thoughts on the Texas game. Just James Franklin has taken over for Mike Norvell in Tallahassee, and that's the winner of the Cowboy Bob's gift card.
Dude what was he doing over there at game day? How do you manage to wiggle into that?
Why would you wiggle into that? You just got a paycheck for $49 million. Wouldn't you be wiggling out of this country somewhere?
My ass being Cabo Wabo or something. Yeah, I ain't going to Georgia for crying out loud. Are you kidding me?
Who's going to Florida?
Lane
Kiffin.
Lane? You think Lane takes? Is that?
Yeah,
got to be right.
I think he does. All right.
I'm subscribing to the ideology. I want to let Lane stay right there, and if something goes wrong here. Hey, Lane.
Oh, boy.
No, boy.
Hey, Lane.
No. Lane. Things would have to go terribly wrong here for that guy to be here. We got all
kinds of money, Lane.
Oh, my God. Yes. All of Lane Kiffin's big coaching wins in his coaching career. Like,
bring it. I mean, if we're going to go down, let's just go all the way down.
No, we're not going down. We won. The game was a winner.
Saban tree, man.
We won 2-1 in the SEC, Wags.
I know
the
sky's falling.
We got them where we want them now. We got them where we want them now.
Right there.
Did you see that Oklahoma game we played 2 weeks ago? Did you forget about that already?
Yeah. I told you it was an anomaly. Yeah. I told you.
No, man. It's like the Lakers, man. It's got an on and off switch, like Magic Johnson. And
you know what I feel like? I feel like Randy Quaid in Major League 2. Right where he goes, don't blow it in the playoff. You're like, he's always, he died loyal fan, and then all of a sudden just shits the bed, loses all kinds of hope.
Man. We're just messing with him, right, Buck? It's like Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him.
We're just playing with the SEC. We're just playing with our food right now. Everything's going to be fine.
That's the problem. Sometimes that shit gets cold and you don't want to eat it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, boys, have a good one.
Yeah, BK already left, Buck. There they go.
Hey, man,
here we are. Welcome to
it's one of those
chaotic Monday,
dude,
man.
It's like it's so bad you have to laugh. You know it, and you still won the game. You still won the game.
He loves company, and it's funny too, right? Because in some real shitty times in the military, man, all you can do is just laugh. Like you just laugh because it sucks so bad.
Yeah,
you're not happy that somebody's suffering. Also, you're just happy that you're not alone. You know what I mean? You're happy that you can look at somebody and it's all so shitty, and they can see your insanity or your sanity rather leaving your body. But yeah, that's kind of where it's at, man. Because it feels like insanity, dude. It's the same shit week in and week out. We talk about it. It's like, how did we fix it? Double R. Where do we? And I hate to be Debbie Downer and coming on here or pessimistic Pete, whatever you want to say, but it's infuriating. It's maddening at times because it's the little things. And Kirby, the best guys, the guys that know, the coaches that know how to win consistently in this league, preach about trench warfare and the ability to run the ball. And you can't put up the W's unless you can run the rock. And we struggled mightily to run the rock on Saturday, and we almost failed to get out of Kroger Stadium or Kroger Field rather with a W. So I get it. It's a win, but there's ways that you win, and it's still concerning to me.
I got to tell you, it's. I mean, in the past, this would have been a game that Texas would have lost, and somehow, and this is the sad part about it, Wags. Like I was saying a while ago, is that you found a way to win, but I think you found a way to win because that team that you were playing was so inept.
Yeah.
That they had your ass on the fringes of getting knocked out, and somehow still found a way to not win, and that's. For Mark Stoops, I mean, I watch a lot of that, and I'm like, okay, I can see why they want to run that dude out of town, because it's like, dude, kick the ball. Kick the ball.
No shit. And again, like, and I get it, like, winning at all, winning's the number one stat, right? I understand that, but it's how you win too, right? And it was terrible. Penalties, 7 penalties. We got over the 5 penalty threshold, but again, like, when did those penalties come? In critical, like last play or last drive of the game, and you're getting holding calls.
Yeah,
like, and I get it. Like, holding can be called at any play. I understand that, right? But don't give them a reason. Don't even give them a reason to look at you, man. Be as clean as possible.
And it's a lot of things on the offensive side of this football team to where I really do think I'm sorry, I do think you need to look at maybe shaking the quarterback thing up a little bit. I don't think
it's all on Arch, man. I think you give Arch time to throw the ball, and you give him confidence, and he delivers it, right? Like, it's just there's no blocking up front. It is a porous offensive line. It's a line that can't make key block. They can't pull three positions over and make a block on the end and steal an end block. They can't get over. They're not fast enough to get over there. And half the time, the running back's so damn fast that he can't even let the block set up.
And when you say that you can't throw the ball and you can't run the ball, and that all starts in the front. I mean, that all starts up front, and this is a very inept offensive line here at the moment.
Pro Football Focus.
Yeah. So here's the rest of the grades.
Did I hear you say Pro Football? So you got an account with them?
No, I bootlegged this.
Did you? I was going to say, hey man, if you get a chance, can you run grades on the offensive line?
I got him. I got him right here.
My guy. It's look, we're not, again, it's a Monday morning victory. We're not trying to be Debbie Downers and pessimistic Pete's here, but look, we got to be critical and talk about what is not being done in this game. So,
hey man, we had that on Saturday night with post game to where it was like beating up, being Debbie Download and all this different stuff. Look, man, Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, Ronnie Millsap, you name the blind guy, they can see the problems right here. But here's your offensive line grades. DJ Campbell, 87.6. Yeah.
All right. And can you also give us the, I guess, the prerequisite on what the grading's about? Like, I guess the rubric rather.
I don't know that extensively.
Okay. Like the compiled stats and metrics.
I think it's all about probably missed blocks. I'm sure penalties is factored in there. I think the efficiency of winning the play is in there as well with that. So
look at me. So I'm here. I am trying to skim you out on your PFF account, and also not only do I do not only fans, but I'm also trying to get everything else for you. So
dude, what else you want me to subscribe to?
Hey, quick shout out before you do this. Quick shout out real quick to some friends.
You want my Netflix account? You want my Netflix account?
No, I already have one of those.
Okay.
I need the accounts that I don't have. I don't have an OnlyFans account, so that's why I go to you. And I don't have a Pro Football Focus account, so that's why I go to you too. So and I know you got an OnlyFans account. Everybody in the world knows you got an OnlyFans.
I don't have an account, but I have the ability to see people on there.
All right. So hey, quick shout out. We got some people listening across the globe. So some friends in Iowa City, Anthony and Zach, thank you guys so much for listening. And Zach, have a tough day ahead of you. But I mean, look, man, we can't get to the gold unless we get through the rainbow. Or excuse me, we can't get to the rainbow and the gold unless we get through the rain, right? And the storms clear and pass, and you'll be right there, man. Stronger things coming upon you, my guys. Stronger things coming upon you. And a shout out to my wife and her family out in Knowlton, Quebec.
Whoa,
how about that?
Damn.
So they are above us. They're north of the border here in a town where her ancestors settled. So Knowlton is like it's one of her ancestors or whatever on her mother's side. So they're going and seeing their little family lineage or whatever. So shout out to my wife who's listening in Knowlton, Quebec right now. So how about that, man? We are international.
It's a long cord, man. It's a long cord to make that work. Not relying on a transmitter with a weak signal.
And you can only do that with Texas Sports Unfiltered.
That's right, because we are on the internet. INNER.
Shout out to Bevo Lance Jason's wife, turning 35, always 35, but she's absolutely 35.
So as you talk about OnlyFans tomorrow, and I'll talk about this a little more tomorrow. I may be very sentimental tomorrow. 19 years anniversary for the wife and I tomorrow, October 21st.
Are you guys on do you guys got a video on OnlyFans or something?
Well, you never know. Yeah.
Well, you said you can't preface the statement with you talk about OnlyFans and then
no, because you mentioned about OnlyFans and maybe
all right. I'm like, what a hanger, man.
No. So 19 years tomorrow. But we'll celebrate that tomorrow. So you guys feel free to bring your lattes and donuts, and we'll do that celebration tomorrow. I may have some whiskey. Just, I mean, not saying that I need whiskey, but you know, my wife needs whiskey to put up with my ass.
Where do you want to go first, Migo?
So those grades, rest of the grades. Brandon Baker.
Sorry, my bad. ADHD, dude. Can you imagine being a teacher trying to keep my ass in my seat?
My daughter, my oldest, she works. She's a teacher, and she works. And she just does amazing work. She's chasing her dream. No, she works with autistic kids. Oh, and I tell you, man, she is just. I tell you, trooper.
I just had a. What did I just have? Who's the comedian that just did the Grammy or the ESPYs?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, Nikki Glazer?
No, man.
Okay. Getting me all excited over here. No, she
Shane
did something.
I just had a Shane Gillis moment where he talked about autistic babies. Just that's what people by natural they just go and it just naturally came out like that. Sorry.
Brandon Baker 63.3, not good. Trevor Gooseby 51.8. That's not good.
That's awful.
Connor Robinson 30.9. His BFF grade. But I mean, granted, that dude is not a starter. And then the aforementioned Nick Brooks 14.1.
No, but I mean, can we hold up on that too?
That's your offensive line.
Too? Like, granted, that guy's not a starter. I understand that, right? And we all need reps, regardless of how much potential is touted when we're scouted, right? Like, not trying to rhyme here, but we all need reps is my point. But still, like, we're Texas, right? And I guess this is going back to the excuse or the justification of me sitting here saying that you lose your entire offensive line. It's hard to replace that, right? And then everybody else is hitting me from all sides of the ball, sitting here saying, well, hey, Georgia, not only Georgia can replace those types of units, Texas is still Texas. We got big guys too, understandably so. But this is going back to that comment. This is where I'm saying this is where we struggle mightily, right? You cannot replace an entire offensive unit and expect to have the same type of success and progression. You just can't. Why? Because you have to plan for attrition, right? You have to plan for pieces getting broken, all right? And you're going into this with not even on all cylinders, and you're having to do plug and play and pieces here and there with the offensive line, a struggling offensive line at that doesn't have continuity. Rodney, it's on the wall. Like the writing's on the wall. Like we might beat Mississippi State. And I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer on Monday. I'm not. I'm just trying to temper expectations and be realistic.
And this is where you just said expectations, and I think that's where at the beginning of the season that's where the expectations were just way out of whack for people that are outside of really knowing the program for that offensive line that was going to be revamped, totally revamped. I mean, when you talk about Arch Manning, it's what he did last year in the small amount of finite time that we saw Arch Manning on the field. He had a great offensive line. And he had a lot of tools in place that are no longer there. And with the struggles of the running back room and all of that fixates to these PFF grades that we just looked at. When you have an inept offensive line, that you are not going to accomplish anything on offense. And that's where you're just thankful, so thankful as a Texas fan that you've got this defense, because this defense, this is, my God. I know they had the one game against Florida. Where
is it bad when I'm just like, all right, well, the defense is on the field. I know we're good. We might score. You know what I mean? The defense is on the field. We might score. You know what I mean? It's I mean, I'm being a dickhead, but still, like, you get it.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, I mean, look, it could be worse. You could be Penn State right now.
Yeah,
you don't have a coach, and you're losing. I mean, it could always be worse.
Florida. You could be firing your coach even when you're winning. Now I get it. Like it's trajectory with that program is not well, right? That program's not in a solid state, and I guess they felt the need to fire Billy Napier. By the way, Billy Gonzalez, wide receiver coach, will be taking over as the interim coach for the Florida Gators until Lane Kiffin, I guess, presumably takes the job. I don't know.
They got to finish off the year, but you go and you look at those massive expectations that everybody had, not only for the quarterbacks, but a lot of these teams that have kind of fallen off the map. And you're lucky that you kind of haven't gotten to that yet. I mean, a loss the other day against Kentucky, that would have been, you put Texas right in there with Penn State and everybody else that's kind of fallen off the map. But the other part about it is, I mean, the expectations that I think we and a lot of people have for Texas, look who's living that right now, Texas A&M. So A&M, Georgia, these games that are coming up, I mean, try to get through Mississippi State, keep it 1 foot in front of the other. But then you got Vandy coming here on the first, Vanderbilt. My goodness, man, this is.
Let me tell you something.
It's all in front of you, I guess, if you want to say that.
I'm already having visions or just nightmares, right? Just memories of CeeDee Lamb, what CeeDee Lamb was doing the Longhorns defense. This guy Carver for Texas A&M reminds me of CeeDee Lamb. Just able to get in top speed after his first stride, man. He's just very shifty with it too. Like his ability to get the yards after the catch. It's CeeDee. Like I give him the CeeDee Lamb comp. I really do. Concepcion, like he's tremendous too. Like they got some weapons, dude. Like it's temper your Thanksgiving, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's, we talk about with
I know I know we got to get past this week. I understand. Yeah. I'm just
one game at a time.
Sure.
The whole adage really is fitting in now, Wags, to where it's like, okay, we want to be.
You brought the Aggies up. You know what I'm saying? Like you brought little brother up. So I'm just like, well, let me tell you something. Little brother's going to beat the dog shit out of us.
And little brother won a game the other day that they typically would have lost. Like we're talking about, they didn't play defense.
Arkansas had them beat too, right? Like I felt like Arkansas could have won that game as well.
Bobby Petrino's going to get that job if they keep up with that.
I told you.
Bobby Petrino rides in on this motorcycle, and he's going to get that gig. Yeah, my buddy's all concerned about Jeff Traylor.
He just fixed up the Ghost Flames, baby.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, boom. Here's Michael Taff on winning and expectations after the game on Saturday night.
These questions seem a little bit negative, I'm not going to lie, guys, to the offense. And I'll say this. It's freaking hard to win in the SEC. Go ask Georgia when they won the national championship what they did against Kentucky last year when, they won the SEC championship. What they do against Kentucky last year. It's hard to win the SEC. So we freaking won. Let's put some smiles on our face. We won, and the show goes on, and we're dancing, and at the end of the day, we control our destiny. So we're going to keep on pushing, and we're going to do it with a smile on our face, and there's going to be corrections, and I trust in my guys. I trust in my coaches, and I'm freaking excited. So I want y'all to put some smiles on y'all's face.
Coach in waiting right there, dude. Coach in waiting.
If you can feel good about that win, and you can genuinely have a smile on your face, then by all means go ahead. But if that's the standard moving forward, I don't expect that much more winning football. If you're happy with those standards, that's what, and I understand that winning Saturday, each week is difficult, but also like you can't plan. You're comparing a team that has roster turnover each year, right? Like I understand where he's trying the sentiment. I get it. He's trying to motivate. He's trying to be the leader that he is, but also like you have to have a real conversation with where your faults are at, and it's up front. Like and I say this each week, man, I feel like I'm saying this, every show. If you don't do the little things right, the big things don't, like you won't get the big things. Like the little things add up.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. And kind of to what he's saying right there, I think you have to take the mindset right now with this team is that you had, look, I said that Texas was going to win the OU game. I don't think I really believe that. I just kind of wanted to, be on the right side of that, but they come out and they have that performance, but then you had what you had against UTEP and you have what you had against Kentucky, but you're still winning those games. So I really do think that as a Texas fan right now, you have to take the approach of just win. I don't care how, I don't care by how much, just win, because it's all still in front of them.
And I know we're going back to UTEP, but UTEP having a pass rush with 3 down linemen, right? Only 3 down linemen and getting pressure against 5 offensive linemen. That is fucking concerning.
Yes, it is.
All right. And now you're seeing it's coming to fruition when you're getting into the conference play here, when you're barely beating Kentucky. Now, and I get it, like mixed match offensive line, 100%. You know what I mean? But you want me to take that and make an argument that we're going to get better with it?
Yeah.
Not unless there's a drastic turnaround, and not unless there's hardcore discipline going in through the entire team for holding plays and false starts, pass interference. I mean, thank God that the defense is the saving grace, because it's really all we have. It is.
Mm-hmm. But this is really where you get into with the program that Texas has and everything that they have. You can call it money, you can call it facilities, you can call it whatever you want to call it. You should be able to put an offensive line together that is not going to struggle against someone the quality of UTEP or Kentucky. This program is supposed to be built and be put at a level to where you can. I mean, maybe it's a close game. Maybe you don't cover the spread. But damn it, man, you get into overtime and conceivably should have lost that game if Kentucky wasn't as bad as they are, Wags. I mean, you can't say that about UTEP, but
no, I got you.
Yeah, you should have lost.
Here's the thing: how do you fix it? Right? Like that's been the question. Here's the answer from Sark.
Well, we gotta quit the self-inflicted wounds, and I know you guys see it like when there's penalties, and granted, we do some things that are obviously very frustrating. You get a hold the first play of overtime. You get a false start in the fourth quarter when we're trying to put the game away. We catch a pass with a minute to go, and we go out of bounds without getting the first down, or stay in bounds and make them use the other timeout. Like there's little things that we're not doing offensively. We miss open throws. Clearly, I'm not calling enough stuff for our guys to feel good about what we're doing. But at the end of the day, it's like we can have high-scoring games, and I could air it out and lose. So if our style of game and our style of play is we're going to play hard-nosed football and we're going to play great on defense and great on special teams, we need to be more efficient on offense with the opportunities that we get. And that's what we need to do offensively is we got to minimize the self-inflicted wounds and become more efficient. And we weren't efficient enough tonight.
No, I agree with you. 5 of 16 on third downs is not efficient. Rushing attempts, 28, 1.7 yards per rush. 1.7 yards per rush, Rodney.
179 yards of total offense, Wags. From an offensive-minded
guru.
Right. And when you start talking about play calling and so forth, because that will continually come up. It's hard to call plays when you can't block,
or when you don't have the ball too, right?
Yeah,
like
when you don't have the ball.
When there's a 2-to-1 ratio, almost a 2-to-1 ratio of them having the rock more than you do, it's going to be tough. So.
Yeah, this defense was on the field for 89 plays on Saturday night. That's ridiculous. And you still found a way to win. This is where, like I keep saying about Kentucky, it's like, damn, guys, how do you not win this game? I heard the guys talking about this morning. I want to ask you this: was there a point Saturday night where you thought Texas is not going to win this game?
Yeah, when they went to overtime.
Me too. That's where I thought
when we went to overtime. I looked at Reed and I was just like, Texas is going to lose this game.
Yep. That's where I thought that.
And his rebuttal was, we got Shipley, like we'll be able to outkick. And I'm like,
well,
that put ease, that made me feel at ease, him, but he's a believer, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So I'm not saying that I've lost hope, but it's just like I'm just trying to temper expectations.
When you go to overtime, that's when I'm thinking, okay, for the beating that Cutter Boley is taking today, and for everything that he's not able to do, he's going to find a way to crack this defense one time and score a touchdown.
I know we've been hypercritical. I have been hypercritical on Colin Simmons this year. Colin Simmons showed the hell up.
Showing up now.
Right, Colin Simmons was there, so
yeah, he's showing up now.
You know me, guys. I absolutely give credit when credit's due, but I also believe in living up to the standard and setting the standard, right? And that's what Colin Simmons is, the fucking standard.
He is. And I know that I can sit here and say, take it one game at a time and so forth and so on, but you can sit here and look at the body of work that's happening here on the offensive side of the ball. And yeah, Mississippi State, maybe, but again, that atmosphere scares the hell out of me with those bells and all of this. This is where this offensive line makes you got pre-snap stuff happening at home. But then you play a clean game against Oklahoma.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the anomaly. At this point, the Oklahoma game is the anomaly. Is it not?
Yes.
Is it not?
I think kind of Ohio State was too, because you were still in a position to win that game. It's like, how can you play like that against and this is the playing down of the competition stuff, which I think is a bunch of horseshit most of the time. But is that not a consideration? Because you took the number one team in the country, to the wire. Effectively, you're tied at the end of that game, and here you are beating OU.
That can also be characterized with not having a killer mentality, not having a killer instinct, right? Like Bucky said, playing with your food.
Yeah,
I wasn't bullshitting, man. Something, play with your food long enough, it gets cold and you don't want to eat it. So
yeah, absolutely. So I don't know, but I say one game at a time, whatever the case is. But when I know next game is coming up, but when I look at those last three, how do you win those? How do you stay close in those? This defense at some point is going to have another Florida performance, especially with Georgia, Texas A&M. You got to throw Vanderbilt in there now because I look.
Oh, they're for real. They're for real. We got to let's matter of fact, let's go around the top 25, man. Let's talk about it, dude. Anything, best thing you saw from this weekend?
Hey, before that, how about we get some spots out of the way? Because
let me hit the Hurricane Heck real quick so I can urinate.
Right on. Just don't do it on camera.
Mueller and Ted, you guys know this, man. When the storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Heck. Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin. Proud Texas Longhorn. Yes, he's still a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire pride to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you got your heart broken by the Longhorns, or you got a dog bite, you just call Ryan Hurricane Heck. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right, no fees unless Hurricane Heck gets the green in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, but he's compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Fighter of the show, fighter, or friend of the show, fighter of the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Call him. Let Ryan Hurricane Heck blow the case wide open. Give him a call today. That number 512-938-8929. Again, lottery number is 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
I'm going to email him and ask him if he can play guard or tackle. Hurricane, get out there.
Can you play them all? Can you play them all?
Can you grade better than 14.1 on the PFF scale, buddy?
I'll bet he can. I'll bet he can.
I'll bet he can. I'll bet he can. Yeah, looking for that newer car or new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. One place to go. It is our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Check them out today at covertbeecave.com. Weekly specials, a service after the sale. Go get that new or pre-owned whip, and you could be on one of these testimonials.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here and build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
BCave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Code to text line 222-9328. My man Mike McCall says, shit, throw my skinny ass out there. That's a pulling guard right there. You put Mike McCall out there, that dude can make the offense, can make that offense, can make the sweep happen. I mean, this guy can make it happen. That is my man Mike McCall. And he can also make your renovation project happen. I am a satisfied McCall Custom Homes customer. You check out the rating, the five-star ratings all over the internet that we were talking about. Look, guys, I've told you so many different times, with the market volatility that you're seeing right now in the real estate market, if you're sitting on equity, the thing to do right now, don't buy. I mean, if you want a new home, McCall Custom Homes can do that for you. But if you want to add value into your home, do what we did. Renovate your master bath, renovate your living space, renovate your outdoor space, renovate your primary bedroom. That's what you need to do. And it's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. For over 4 decades, this father-son team has been taking care of Central Texans just like me and just like you, just like Bucky Godbolt. They're continuing that renovation project I'm watching online in Dripping Springs. Just amazing stuff that they're doing. They are gutting that house and going to rebuild that thing. And again, like I'm saying, adding value to your home. The great news is free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners, 512-633-9580. Check them out today. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We build value into your home. Yesterday, I had F1 over here. I had NASCAR over there. I had the Cowboys over there. I had Red Zone over there. And that's all because of our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. Tom's going to join us again this week. Here's a word from AB.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audio Visual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Man, I'll be all over that AV setup tonight, Wags. You got Game 7. You got 2 NFL games on a Monday night, man. Audio Visual Consultations. avconsultations.com.
Oh, sitting here reading the comments. And
it's Water Cooler Monday, brother.
It is it's kind of reassuring to realize that I'm not crazy, right? Like, I'm not the only one feeling this way. You know, I'm not saying that misery loves company. I'm not, guys. I'm not. But it is reassuring to come on here and know that my thoughts and, kind of my criticism is warranted and justified when everybody else is feeling the same type of bullshit, because it is frustrating. It's frustrating for all of us, right? So
it really does go down to that you do. I mean, it sounds stupid, but you do take solace in the fact that you won the game. And like Michael Taff said, and like we've mentioned a couple of times right here, everything is still in front of you.
Yeah, and to finish it on a positive note, Double R, I gotta go with our guy Hunter here.
Yep.
It's still an SEC win.
Yep.
I'd rather win ugly than to lose pretty. And coming from Hunter's perspective, a Go Tiger fan, bad week for them. Okay, so I think from his perspective, he would much rather be in our shoes. Okay, so
and we've mentioned this in the past, Wags, to where it's like SEC teams that may not be at the top of Oklahoma, Georgia, whatever, that may not be at the top of the standings. If you are playing in an SEC program, you are a very good player that just is not playing at those teams at the top of that ladder.
I would love to have the speed that LSU has, right? But to this point. To this point in the SEC, if you can't run the effing ball in the SEC, you're going to lose. All right. LSU struggles to run. Texas struggles to run. All right. You're going to see, and Texas isn't playing the same. Let's be absolutely real. Texas isn't playing the same caliber of schedule that LSU is playing. They're not. All right. It's Kentucky. It's Mississippi State. It's Oklahoma is a lot better than I thought they were going to be, honestly. But even like when I saw the schedules, like Oklahoma is not much of a threat. But still, there's
1 year turnaround, right? They have managed. Yep. Speaking of LSU, Brian Kelly Saturday.
That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17.
There you go.
Classic Brian Kelly. That is classic Brian Kelly.
Yeah, we want to talk about Sark. At least he's not doing that. Not yet.
Do you understand? Yeah, I get it. Sark has accountability, though, right? Like, and I know we're frustrated, but at least Sark gives us we don't get that. At least we don't get that.
But the whole thing is, and it's the same thing in the NFL that we have talked countless times about in the last 6 weeks, whatever it's been, Wags, to where it's like you don't know what's going to happen on any given game day.
No,
because we watched it again yesterday.
You're right. I'm pessimistic, Peting the shit out of this. My apologies. Not trying to bring us down. It is Monday, gents. Let's start the week off right. We got a W. Jameis Winston's at the dinner table. We're eating W's. Let's go.
That's the whole thing. I mean, you just got to win. I saw the comment there about Ole Miss and Georgia. I mean, that looked like the NFL. That game right there.
God, man. I mean, in Lane and by the way, Chambliss is going to be just devouring this conference for the next 2 years, or a year until he gets drafted. But yeah, like he'll be 3. He'll be done after 3. But yeah, this dude is absolutely for real. He is for real. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you had that one. I mean, Alabama. I mean, like Tom and I talked about this on Thursday when we had Stu on. It's Alabama, man. And again, with them, they want. And this is where things change so fast. Like we're talking about OU. I wasn't bought into OU. I mean, John Mateer has had a massive impact on that program right there on the offensive side. But when everybody's talking about Alabama, they want to run that coach off in the first 2 weeks. And here's Alabama. These dudes are sick, scary.
And it's to your point. Anything can happen on Saturday. That's why you play the game. Herm Edwards, like we all know that old adage, right? LSU taking down Vandy Vandy taking down LSU 31-24. Then also who else lost? Oh, Texas Tech. Texas Tech dropping.
Tech got beat. Yep.
Dropping to Arizona State.
I don't know if I mentioned this Friday.
26-22.
I don't know if I mentioned this Friday, but I thought that was wrong team favored with that one because I just had a sneaking suspicion that Arizona State was gonna knock them off, and that's where in the Big 12 also, Wags, is out of control at this point.
Yeah, I called Utah to upset BYU in Provo. That didn't happen. yeah. What else went down? Not to end on a positive and optimistic note, right? Because I understand it was only 16-13, and we should have beat the brakes off of Kentucky. Take all the narratives that you want off of it. A&M struggle, and you guys know I am not the guy to look outside, right? I'm just not. Like, fix our shit first, right? Okay? But just to bring perspective, look at all the college landscape, all right? Everybody struggled. Teams have been struggling mightily this year, all right? It's the only real consistent football that you've seen has been from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Ohio State.
And Miami lost.
Miami
went down.
Like, go around the landscape. Like, teams are struggling, right? Like, there's just inconsistencies happening.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I am happy with a win, but I have concerns moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, Memphis had gotten themselves into the top 25, and hell, they lost to UAB this past weekend. It's like, how, and I saw some people yesterday bitching that Texas dropped a spot in the AP poll. I'm like, well, shit, you should be glad you're still in it after what you saw on Saturday, but you won the game. So
Missouri and Auburn was a great game.
Yeah, it was.
So to Michael Taff's point, winning is hard.
Winning is hard.
Winning is hard.
Winning is hard.
Okay. Moving on. Where else do you want to go, partner? Dallas.
We were talking the other day. We were already giving Matt Rule the Penn State job the other day. We, as in namely me. Nebraska lost to Minnesota. Dude. Yeah, Dallas.
On purpose. Nebraska lost on purpose.
Yeah. Fire the coach.
Doesn't want to go anywhere, but Nebraska wants to get rid of Matt Rule.
Fire the coach. How about them Dallas Cowboys? What was that? Dak Prescott, man. He is just a joy to watch right now. I still do every time he moves around the pocket.
If you're a Giants fan, he's not great to watch.
No, man. Yeah, the Cowboys, a little bit of defense. Hey, look,
a little bit of you got the best play in the game. Bland with the pick six there, man.
Deron Bland, great to have that dude. Hey, look, I don't know if it was Matt, as Jerry said, Matt Eberflus or who. I don't know who made the adjustment right there to get them out of zone and in more man-to-man
man coverage.
Yeah, man, that was.
I don't know. So I think I don't know if they had the personnel to play man, right? Like didn't you guys have a lot of knocks? Didn't you guys have a lot of injuries on defense? And that's why you couldn't run with anybody. That's why you guys were playing zone.
And I think the other thing that worked out great about that is that you didn't have Terry McLaurin or Debo. Debo Swinney, playing out there. So
and then also Jaden Daniels. That was kind of one of the big storylines. Jaden Daniels, going down too. So Washington struggling mightily. But Dallas is not. Dallas looks like Dallas hasn't been struggling at all on offense. Like they have been in high gear, leading, pretty much throttling the entire NFL and offensively, right? One of the best offensive teams in the league. Maybe the best offense.
Well, they are the best. Yeah. And you know what's already starting right now is okay, time to pay Pickens. I'm like, here we go again. Let's hold this thing out and get all that figured out. But now you got CD Lamb back. You're running the ball. It's your tight end is ultra effective. And
I would invest. Yeah, you're
Ferguson's a bad son of a bitch, isn't he?
He might be the X factor, right? Like having the weapons of Pickens and CD Lamb is one thing. Like you have to account for those guys, right? But accounting for those guys leaves up so much vulnerability inside. Right inside the cushion, inside the umbrella there, right? And if you try and man up on Ferguson, he's got at least 2 or 3 steps on any linebacker from what I could see, right? He's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I don't want to look, man. I don't want to sit here and give the Cowboys all their flowers too soon, but there's a chance, guys. I'm not trying to push you up to the ledge and then feed you the poison and push you off the cliff. But there's a chance that you guys can make the playoff. There really is. I'm feeling playoffs for you all. I really am, man.
And the Peagles got on track yesterday. The Peagles win, so they're 5-2. Dallas is 3-1. The Commanders 3-4. Why is it? I mean, I'm not a Washington fan, but I do like Jaden Daniels. Why is it that when I see that dude playing hurt and then I see him go down yesterday, why am I having flashbacks to RG3? as a Redskins quarterback. Remember his first year? Unbelievable, just amazing stuff. And then that franchise,
I remember
that franchise
that was
ruined
against
him
the Ravens. That was against the Ravens
on that shitty ass field. You remember that? That was so painful.
I remember his knee, like the hit that came in the knee. His knee continued to go forward, like the hit. It bent like a bow. It was gross. It was pretty gross.
And that dude already couldn't move before that. Remember that? That was
right. He was hobbling. He was hobbling on that.
God, that was. And that's when I see Jaden Daniels out there. When I see him go down, the way he goes down, I thought I saw him grabbing the back of his thigh. But Wags, when he goes over backwards, I'm like, holy shit! Did he just do what Dak did? Did he just like break his ankle at his foot, and his foot was going to be dangling around? Is what I thought. But it's like, I mean, here you go. Talk about sophomore slump. Same thing about a sophomore slump with Daniels. You're going to be in a sophomore slump when you don't win the line of scrimmage. Steve Sarkeesian, Arch Manning. But, and let me tell you, I see people beating up on your Giants today for blowing that game. But look, the Giants were in a position to win, Wags. I thought it was.
That's inexcusable, right? That's inexcusable. But hey, can I tell you something? I'm actually okay with the result
for the Giants.
Yeah.
Oh, totally
I'm all right with it. Giants played great. Giants,
they're competitive.
Giants had it was a fun day to watch. Now it sucks that you lost, right? But Giants ain't going to the playoffs this year. Giants ain't winning the Super Bowl this year. Like here I'm taking the layup approach. Okay, as a fan, as a Giants fan, I'm taking the layup approach. Okay, right? Like we're playing for future. Okay. Let's show me the toys. Let me see the toys on display. Let me see them. All right. I know the defense can play at times. Rush defense is great. All right. Pass defense is atrocious. Can't cover anybody. Yeah. Let me see the toys on display. Right. Sprinkle a little bit of give me a little flash, and then hey, let us retain our draft pick. All right. Let us get that better draft pick. Let us build some more toys. Let us get some more toys. That's where I'm at right now. That's my approach to Giants football. I don't want to be pissed off on Sunday. I don't. I'm already frustrated on Saturday. I don't need to ruin my effing Sunday. All right? I'm good.
Well, I'm here to tell you one thing. With the way this division is looking right now, and as competitive as the Giants are riding the wave of momentum.
Great. Can you imagine if Neighbors was playing?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not like, look at what we're able to do with Robin. Look at what we're able to do with the supplemental toys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if we got our main weapon back? I don't play for the Giants. I'm not affiliated with the New York Giants. Can you imagine what the Giants will do with Neighbors?
The Giants, as competitive as the Giants are, and as fun as they are to watch. Look, man, I'm here to tell you, this quarterback and this scataboo. Dude. How can you not?
I'm on board. You said it. You said it, amigo. Yeah. I'm on board. I bought the brand.
Yeah, those two dudes. It's like, man.
I wanted to hate. I tried to hate. I tried to hate to make my expectations just not be there. Right? Just be like, oh man, we don't have a quarterback. There's no way it's happening. It's just not. Dart can play.
Yeah,
Dart can play.
Yeah,
right?
He can.
He's got the reps to back it up. He's got the reps to prove it.
That's where you hope he doesn't get hurt.
And an undersized, lack of speed fullback that they're trying to turn into a halfback, but he is proving that heart does absolutely matter. It's fun to watch right now. All right, but again, like when it all goes to shit, I could be pessimistic Pete or pessimistic Paul, whatever you want.
Well, when we get to the end of the year, because we know how the NFC schedule lays itself out year after year, you're going to have all these interdivision games that are going to the Giants going to jack somebody out of the playoffs in this division, and it may be Dallas, maybe it's Dallas, I don't know, but as close as this is, somebody is going to get eliminated. Mark the tape by the Giants, because they
mark the tape by the Giants.
Mark the tape. Cowboys haven't beaten the Broncos.
They would play spoilers. Them or Cleveland will play. Oh my God, Cleveland yesterday.
Oh man, I tell you, who ain't gonna play spoiler is Miami. Speaking of Cleveland,
man, Quinn got in the game.
Get Quinn in there.
Quinn got in the game.
You know,
oh my God, and you know what, Quinn, not to make excuse, but I mean, Quinn, that was a disaster. You can't. You inherited a disaster. You ain't gonna do nothing but add fuel on the fire, Quinn. I'm sorry, amigo.
It would only be fitting if Quinn becomes the starter. I mean, I think the Tua project is not working. I mean, Brian Flores was the problem.
I think the McDaniel project is not working.
Both of them. Just get him out of here. I mean, and Quinn, how fitting would it be if Quinn comes in at the end of the year and gets some stuff happening for the Dolphins, win some games, and Texas is over here with Arch Manning, can't get out of their own way on offense.
And that's just it too. Like Jake kind of beat me to the point, right? Like the difference is their offensive line is brutally just banged up and significantly different from 2 years ago. Remember when they were running all over the place with Mostert and A-Chain? Like they had nothing but fluidity. It was just like that Miami wave of offense, just going down the damn field every possession, right?
Yep.
We know this. We've been taught this since Pop Warner football, since we've been playing since we was 5. It's offensive line play. It starts up front. It's trench warfare, man. If you don't block, you can't run. You know what I mean? And it all starts, everything opens up a playbook off of the run. If you can't do the run, you can't do play action, you can't do a waggle, you can't get out there and do big plays. And it's fundamental football, man. I feel like a broken record.
I had a coach back in the day, Coach Byron Sanford, that is now a mayor in a town. I think I've talked about him before. He was an offensive line coach that could take in our day a bunch of little Mexican dudes and turn us into really good offensive linemen. And he would get so pissed off when people would say defense wins championships, which it probably does. But Coach
That's
Sanford,
the old adage, anyways, right? But it's it's trench warfare.
Yeah, Coach Sanford would get so pissed off because he's like, no, winning the offensive line and controlling the line. I guess that's why I talk about it all the time, because that was like ingrained in my head all the time. Winning the offensive line of scrimmage wins games.
It's a good rule to have. Hey, you ready to get a little category selected here?
Oh, shit. We're almost.
It's been a while since we've done this. We have kind of done you all a disservice if you're into the whole top 5. We failed you, but not today. Not today. Today is the day that we do not forget. We do not surrender, as I'm trying to do my best Bill Pullman impression here.
We should do.
It is the wheel spinner.
We should do. Add a new category. Top 5 games a Texas football team should not have won.
No, that'd be a good one.
Number 1, the one the other day.
Yeah, UTEP. Number 1. Yeah. San Jose State. You take your pick. No, one segment I do want to bring back is This Is Why I'm Hot. It was a segment from the Wagner Wire, and I think it's something that we can come in on, something that we're frustrated about, something that's got us pissed off, or something, or it could even be a positive spin on it. Could even be I'm hot on this right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm a good vibe on this right now, man. But yeah, This Is Why I'm Hot. That's a segment that I would like to.
That's good. Back. Yeah, hot or not. Yeah, that's all kinds of shit.
Not so much hot or not. That's kind of your dating sites, but still, you know what I'm saying. All right, it's time to spin the wheel. Here we go.
Speaking of that, while it spins, I'm hot on the Texas volleyball team as they beat Arkansas and Oklahoma.
You would be.
No, I mean the quality of play, undefeated, number 2 in the nation.
Blockbuster Trades. Blockbuster Trades is going to be our selection. Top 5 blockbuster trades. Now, Double R, this can be baseball, this can be football, basketball, blockbuster deals that have kind of shifted the landscape of that sport.
NIL, does NIL count? Oh no, I guess that's not a trade. It's like a free agent. It's like being a free agent.
That's a free agent pool. That's a free agent pool.
Free agent pool. Yeah. You give me what I want or I'm moving on.
That's what I'm saying. Any unsaved rounds before we get out of here?
Man, I think maybe tomorrow we can kind of recap the entire NFL. We got 2 good ones tonight. 2 really good ones tonight.
You calling your cousin? You got any money on this?
No, probably not. Probably not on this one. I don't think. Hey, we got maybe an NFC championship preview.
I think this feels like it. This feels. I don't know if it's a conference preview, like a conference championship preview, but definitely like these are the juggernauts or the stalwarts of the NFC, right? Like
They've been the most solid.
I wanted to put my finger on Green Bay, but Green Bay's struggling mightily. They can't seem to figure something out. But yeah, the Lions and the Bucks are for real, and the Rams are still there too, man. The Rams, even without Nakua, they look like they can just blow the brakes off of people. So the Rams are probably going to be there. But yeah, this preview tonight, amigo, this is one of the best, one of the two better ones in the NFC.
And the 49ers continue to find ways to win as Jordan and Nick join us. 49ers, yeah, there you go.
Mac Jones,
CMC
49ers.
CMC does what he does. That's the next guy to get hurt. Then what, Jordan?
Man, hey, at this point, I'm rooting for wins again. You know, they keep getting them. Would love a high draft pick, a difference maker in the draft. But, hey, if they're winning, I mean, shoot, keep pushing and let's go deep in the playoffs, hopefully.
Just like Texas.
Just
win.
Like,
just win.
Oh, yeah.
So then, like, I wanted to do power rankings again, and I still can't. I don't know how high I can give the 49. Like, they're winning, though, in spite of all this. Like, they're winning. So how can you not put them on a power ranking? Like, that's so – But my question, I guess, what the reluctancy that I have is when do we see, I guess, the real or unmasked version of the San Francisco 49ers, right? When they, you know, with all this battle of attrition that they're losing, like it's got to show up on the field eventually.
Yeah, I mean, like Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, they're done. The defense isn't going to get any better. It is what it is at this point. But, I mean, one thing I don't think is being talked about. Y'all know me. I'm not a big fan of Mr. Brock Purdy. I think he's the guy that drives the bus. Think that's about it. Think we're seeing that there really isn't that big of a difference in level of play between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. That's why Mac Jones has been able to win some games despite, you know, having a kind of a receiver room full of misfit toys almost because everyone's still hurt. So I'm, you know, excited for more starters to come back. Brandon Ayuk still needs to come back. George Kittle came back last week. But, like, man, even with all the back, I don't know how much better they're going to be just because I don't think there is really a difference in level of quarterback play or a big enough difference to, you know, influence the rest of the season in a different way. So I don't know. But, I mean, hey, I'll take the wins. I'm just worried about the defense long term because I mean, I could see them getting into the playoffs and getting smoked round one. Yeah. Like, at that point, you'd almost rather miss the playoffs, you know? So
seriously, invest in a draft pick. Like that's as a Giants fan, like yesterday was a great day. Got to see your toys on display, got to see what the future can be. And then you ask yourself, well, Neighbors isn't even out there. You know, what's it going to look like with Neighbors out there next year, right? And then you say, oh, you know, going up against a formidable Bronco team, you know, you're doing this to them. And then, oh, let's pump the brakes.
Weren't y'all up 19-0?
Oh, yeah, 19-0. It was 19
in the fourth quarter.
And then beautiful display of letting them come back. Beautiful display of, I mean, just going for the – it's all about the draft pick. It's all about the draft pick. And that's what I'm saying. Like, fun day of watching football, right?
Yeah. I'm very happy with the job Kyle Shanahan's done. I mean, Rob Saleh coming back to the Bay was a huge deal. I think.
How long do you keep him there for, though? Like he'll get another head coaching spot offered up eventually, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you got him for 1 year.
It's probably the Dan Quinn model where he lasts 3 years, just as like a failed head coach, you know. And then he can prove that he has a consistent product for 3 years.
Calm down a little bit.
Yeah. But, like, I mean, he left. We promoted D'Amico Ryans from linebackers coach to DC. He obviously did great, got the Texans job. But, I mean, Saleh, I think, has always been the better DC between him and Ryans. And I can't even remember the DC we had last year. Like, as soon as Saleh was available, he got promoted.
Nick Sorensen, who is now the Cowboys special teams coordinator.
That's right. Yeah. Very forgettable. From last year. So I don't know, but I think he's doing a great job. I think you can make the argument the job he's done this season is, you know, a better coaching job than he's done up to this point, just having to deal with so many injuries and natural attrition. But, hey, shout out to Kyle Shanahan, lifetime Longhorn too.
Great job with this. I mean, I think a lot of the questions he's answered right here with the job that he's doing right there with the pieces that he has in place. Nick, I'm looking forward to listening to you today after the big Cowboys win. This offense just continues do great stuff. And how about a little defense showing up?
How about the defense?
Yep. Looking forward to that.
Don't let them get hot.
Yep.
All right, boys. We're gonna
All right,
bow
gentlemen.
out. Appreciate you guys if you can work in. I don't want to tell you how to put anything on your slate, but we didn't get any Monday Night Football. If y'all want to talk about it and preview it, that'd be great.
Say less.
Absolutely, boys. We'll see you guys soon. I'll be listening.
Be easy.
Getting a call from someone, the 512 number with a private name is what it says. So,
Sark is dialing it up.
Yeah, hopefully that didn't piss off anyone. I don't know. Maybe they want to retool their personnel staff, hiring your boy. No, I'm playing. That would never happen, ever.
What's up, CB?
Welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. Going to start with some Cowboys talk. We'll obviously talk about the Longhorns and the game versus Kentucky. I think I said it after the UTEP game. I don't know if a loss has ever or if a win has ever felt more like a loss. They somehow topped that on Saturday versus Kentucky. So, yeah. But first, Cowboys got a big win, 44-22 over the Washington Commanders, formerly the Washington Football Team.
Formerly.
Yeah, I wasn't going there. But a big picture takeaways you have from this game, things you like, things you didn't like, despite winning by 22 points.
Yeah, you get CeeDee Lamb back, so the offense that was already number one in the NFL somehow got better yesterday against the Commanders group. Even despite the offensive line being a little shaky yesterday, Dak took some big hits. In fact, he had a big wrap around his left hand after the game and said it wasn't that big of a deal, but it was noticeable. With the offense and adding CeeDee Lamb back into the equation, I mean, it's fantastic. And you saw what type of production he was able to provide. When Javonte Williams has a day like he had yesterday, it allows the play action to work so much to perfection. But the story of this game was the defense. The defense finally showed up. It took them 7 weeks, but they finally got there. And they ran more man coverage yesterday. They changed They changed their coverage concepts. They ran more man coverage yesterday than any team in the NFL, which is a massive difference than what they'd been doing through the first 6 weeks. They changed their personnel. They rolled with Shamar James at linebacker, the rookie out of Florida. Trayvon Diggs obviously did not play because of some random concussion he suffered at his home on Thursday night. So it was Triquez Bridges getting some love, another Florida guy, as well as Deron Bland was playing in the slot. Kyer Elam was getting factored in as well. So it was good to see those guys out there, and they played well. And then up front, they threw more pressure. Of the 40 dropbacks that the Commanders had, the Cowboys blitzed on 17 of those. So they changed all these things. Now they're working on changing the narrative. And that was kind of my post-game story about it because, one game is not, oh my God, the defense is fixed. You can't say that after one game, but there were a lot of encouraging things that you saw out of that group coming out of that game and being like, okay, they ran more man coverage. They blitzed more. They changed the personnel on the second level. They finally playing into the things that they have been criticized for not doing through the first 6 weeks. And it's working. Who would have thought? So shout out to the defensive unit. They played really well. Deron Bland, another pick six, his sixth of his career. It's the most by any player through the first 4 seasons in NFL history. Obviously, he had those 5 back in 2023. But it was just kind of good to see this defense kind of get right. And can it stick around? I don't know. I don't know. If it's possible. But I will say, if this defense does stick around, and yesterday is not an anomaly, then I'm with Rob here. I would get ready for this Cowboys team to go on a winning streak because the way the offense is playing right now, they can beat any team in the NFL. I almost said NBA. They can beat any team in the NFL with the way this offense is playing right now. If they can just get competent level defense, like you don't even need 15th best defense in the NFL. You just need 20th best defense in the NFL. You can win most games. And so very curious to see what type of run the Cowboys might be getting ready to go on. But again, it's always going to depend on this defensive unit because at this point we know what this Cowboys offense is going to be.
Oh, yeah. I watched the beginning of this game but to be honest, was working and had red zone up, and I mean, just wasn't paying too much attention. What happened to Jaden Daniels? He got hurt, left the game, didn't come back.
Yeah, he got strip sacked by Shamar James, the rookie linebacker, and hurt his hamstring, did not return. That was the Marcus Mariota show from there. Then Mariota threw the pick six, and it was a wrap from there.
Man, feel for Mariota. I'm a big fan of his. You know, I
Really?
think like it. Huh?
Really?
Well, I mean, I think like a lot of other people around our age, like Marcus Mariota at Oregon, is part of why, you know, you fell in love with college football. And, you know, like with all the other kids that get recruited nowadays, like Oregon was always, you know, the really cool team. They had Marcus Mariota, these sick uniforms, you know, the whole thing. So I always liked him for that. And then he had a really tough situation in Tennessee. I just think the way he handled that off the field and even on the field in that locker room, I think he did a great job. And listen to like a lot of his podcasts and stuff he's gone on. Just a good dude, and
yeah,
cool story from Hawaii. Also has some, you know, a cool story from recruiting. He wanted to go to Oregon the entire time, and they camped him and Johnny Manziel, and it was Chip Kelly at the time, and they didn't show any love to Marcus. It was all the Johnny show, and they offered him that day. They did not offer Marcus. Johnny committed. And, you know, Marcus looked at other places, but he really wanted to go to Oregon, and he would have been part of a 2 QB class at Oregon had they given him the opportunity. Oregon eventually loses Johnny Manziel. He flips to A&M, and they offer Mariota, and he proceeds to win a Heisman and, you know, do quite well there. So, yeah, I'm a fan of his and just think he's a really good dude, really easy to pull for. But, you know, back half of his career for sure. So, he's playing backup duty, you know, kind of expected. Any things you're looking forward to for the Cowboys? I see their next game on the road in Denver. You know, listening to a lot of podcasts over my time, it seems like the consensus hardest place to play in the NFL as far as just the conditions is Denver, due to, you know, the elevation and the difference in altitude, all that.
You're just really high up there, you know.
Yeah, floor is yours, buddy.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited about getting up to Denver, and then the game. Javonte Williams, it's going to be his return game to Denver. He was asked about it yesterday in the locker room. I asked him, I was like, because he kind of brought up next week. I was like, you got to be excited for next week, right? And he just started laughing, and he's like, I'm not going to say too much about it. And so,
I'm sorry, who's this?
Javonte Williams.
Oh yeah,
coming off of 4 seasons in Denver and then now with the Cowboys, so it's going to be fun. And Jake Bayless, Brandon Aubrey might be able to kick a 75-yarder with the elevation. Who knows? Yeah, could be interesting. It kind of depends on the wind factor, but it certainly has the potential. But I'm excited to go to that stadium. I heard it's a cool place to watch a game, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked for the road trip. It's the last one before the bye week, so I'm pushing to the bye week at this point.
Yeah, I mean, shit, Aubrey might be able to get a kickoff between the goalposts up there in Denver. You know, seeing Pickens and CeeDee Lamb combined for 192 of Dak's 264 yards. Obviously, had one of his 3 touchdowns as well. The other 2 went to Jake Ferguson. How many receiver duos in the NFL would you take over Pickens and CeeDee Lamb? Because the only one that's kind of comparable that I would say is better, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
You got Puka and Devontae. I think Devontae showed yesterday that he's efficient in that Rams offense without Puka.
Unk still got it.
Yeah, Unk still got it, no doubt. I would look at these are just guys I would put in the conversation. You mentioned Jamar and T. Higgins. I think you could go with Puka and Devontae. Yeah, you can't do Tyreek and Jalen Waddle anymore, which, by the way, Mike McDaniel getting blown out by the Browns 32-6. He might not make it to Tuesday. Quinn Ewers played. That's how bad it got. He might not make it to Tuesday. And Mike McDaniel, I don't see how he does anymore.
Did anyone see Quinn walking off the field after the first series, like looking at McDaniel for McDaniel to say something? And he's just staring dead ahead, acting like Quinn ain't there.
Yeah.
He's like, buddy, it is over.
You probably never saw him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's talk about top receiver duos, man. That's
hey, this is a sneaky one.
I like Ibuka and Evans. I do like their grouping. When Godwin is fully healthy, that's going to be a fun little trio. If Godwin can come back healthy. But no, I think CD and Pickens, man, it is a dynamic duo. It really is. You have a guy in CD that can move up and down. He can open up an offense, short, intermediate, downfield, and then you have Pickens who can be the downfield to intermediate type weapon. He's first in the NFL with 8 catches of over 25 yards. I don't know if you saw some of these over the shoulder grabs he had yesterday, Jordan, but man, I mean, it was special. It was special.
Yeah. Hey, Keyshawn Boot starting to put it together a little bit more.
Is it Butte? Pretty sure it's Butte.
I don't know. I've heard it pronounced each way like for the last 5 years. So shout out to him. It was supposed to be big time. I think ended up going undrafted at LSU and like ate himself into like a 4.6 40 or something like that. But figuring it out. In New England, it is not an easy place to figure it out. I had something else here. Oh, do you have any concern? I mean, this is kind of a good problem to have, but do you have any concern that like George Pickens is going to play so well that his contract number that he's asking for will be too high to come back to Dallas?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. That's another good one, Bear. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams. It's certainly becoming a very big conversation around the Cowboys media sphere, if you will. When he was in Pittsburgh last year, he won an extension that was worth north of $25 million per year. Pittsburgh was not willing to pay that, so they traded him to Dallas, right? And Dallas, whenever they got him in, it was understood like, hey, you're going to play the final year on your deal, and then, we'll figure it out next offseason. So, honestly, I see it becoming a situation where they tag him in 2026. Does that create some, tension? Potentially. I think it could. His agent is David Mulligetta. It's the same guy that they just beefed with for a whole year with Micah Parsons. Yep. So it's you might be ending up right back in the same boat. But let's say that they get an extension done. You got to go north of 30 with the production that he's giving you right now. And if he ends up with the production that he is on pace for, which is roughly 1,400 yards, 15 touchdowns, I mean, we're talking all pro level statistics right now. Then you might have to pay him more than you're paying CeeDee Lamb, which would be pretty wild. And then you start talking with CeeDee Lamb, and CeeDee Lamb's like, wait a minute, this guy was brought in to be number 2. How is he making more than me? So yeah, it's gonna be another just fascinating contract situation that we're gonna have to deal with, if us in the media, as far as covering, because it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how George Pickens handles whatever, incoming disrespect there will be from Jerry Jones during this negotiation. Just that's part of it.
I'll say this about George Pickens, though, and this is going to be the difference between him and Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was very public about, his thoughts, his feelings in the process. Pickens is not going to be. Pickens is just going to be like, whatever, and then he'll say things behind the scenes. Pickens is very tame in front of the cameras. Even in Pittsburgh, he was tame in front of the cameras. It's really about the shit talk he has on the field and then behind the scenes that, might be able to, cause some tension. But I like Pickens. Like I said on the show last week, I'm a big fan of GP. He's a good dude. And I literally cannot say one bad thing about him so far.
Yeah. Any other closing thoughts, Cowboys or NFL thoughts on this past weekend of football?
Yeah, it was y'all talked about that Broncos and Giants game a little bit, but my goodness, the Broncos scoring 33 points in the fourth quarter to win that one 33-32. That was pretty wild. And then we have some fun Monday night games tonight. Buccaneers Lions, I'm really excited about, and then Texans and Seahawks. The Texans, despite only giving up 70 points all season so far, they're 2-3. So maybe they can find some sort of offensive spark. Micah Parsons had 3 sacks yesterday for the Packers, 5 quarterback hits. He was dominating that Cardinals offensive line. And then the Chicago Bears are 4-2. very quietly, 4-2. The New England Patriots are 5-2, very quietly. There's some interesting teams out there. The Carolina Panthers are over 500 at 4-3. It's going to be it's going to be a fascinating next few weeks to see what kind of shakes out from these early season surprises.
Oh yeah. All right, we're gonna get into college. Antoine fact check me. I was wrong on Keishon Butte.
Yeah, get your shit right.
I don't know why I thought he went undrafted. And Patrick, I'm sorry. He's on the list of people I still need to check out. But I promise him I'll look at him today. Because I will have some extra free time probably. If you haven't been on the site, Horns 24/7 and the entire 24/7 Sports Network is currently down. The website's down. There is a huge AWS outage across the entire world this morning. You know, I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you what the hell 24/7 Sports has to do with Amazon Web Services or how that works, but it's above my pay grade and the website is down. We're working on it, though, so please be patient with us. But, geez, man, this text.
You're just like, darn. Can't do anything today.
Shit. Yeah. No, not. I mean, it's a little bit better after Saturday's game. You know, I don't know. Sometimes you need space to take a step back and let these things breathe. But
can I say something about the Texas game? Can I offer some optimism?
All your thoughts, get them out on the table, because people are going to say I'm pretty negative, but I think at this point people might want to hear me be negative.
I think there's a little bit of glimmer of optimism that you can have. There's a lot of negative to pull out of this. Do not get me wrong, and we will dive into that. I'm going to be right there with you, Jordan. But I think a little bit of optimism that you do have is that we have watched this very exact same game play out over the course of the last decade for this Texas Longhorns team, and they have lost all of those games in the past. You know, you think about like the Oklahoma State game in the first year with Quinn. There were so many games in that first year with Quinn in general where they were in very similar situations on the road against a team that they are clearly better than, and they just shit the bed. You could go back to some of the Herman years, early and late, Charlie Strong years, early and late. They didn't lose that game, and it's tough to win on the SEC on the road. That is the nature of it. Now, do they go into Starkville next week and probably get their doors blown off? I think there's a chance. I honestly, early in the week right now, I'm picking Mississippi State. But you got to win those type of games, and they were able to figure it out and do so, even if it was far, far, far from pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they did win the game. They need some credit for that. Past Texas teams would have found 30 different ways to lose this game. So credit to Sarkeesian and kind of I think the culture and attitude he's built, even though, you know, you would ask for more on Saturday. But we're just going to start with the offense. That's what everyone wants to talk about. 8 first downs the entire game, really 7 because one of those was given on a penalty. Just fucking horrible.
Yeah,
horrible and unacceptable at the University of Texas. In year 5 of Steve Sarkeesian, year 5 of Kyle Flood being the O-line coach. You've had different receivers coaches. You've had different running backs coaches. But your O-line coach, who has your OC title, so you can pay him more even though he doesn't call plays, has been there 5 years. Sarkeesian, the play caller, has been there 5 years. Jeff Banks, the associate head coach, tight ends coach, and special teams coach, has been there 5 years. A.J. Milwee, the quarterback's coach, passing game coordinator, whatever title they have for him, has been there 5 years. Mike Bamonte, his direct assistant, the QB assistant, has been there 5 years and played under Kyle Flood, coached under him, all that. And it's unacceptable. And trust me, I get it. It's Kentucky. For them to have a game that's competitive or for them to have a shot at winning a game, they have to go and reach out and grab the other team and bring them down into the mud with them. That's what they did. I said it the entire week. If Kentucky's going to win this game or have it competitive, it is going to be a rock fight. And that's what it was. In regulation, 4 quarters of regulation, Kentucky not outgained, but held the ball to a 2-to-1 ratio to Texas. They had the ball for 40 minutes. Texas had the ball for 20. And I'm rounding up. It was like 19-something. Horrible. You cannot let that happen. And like there's so many things that have to get fixed and need to be fixed or changed or patched or whatnot, where I don't even know where to start right now. Like, I'm just going to go down the list of things. They had 179 yards, 179, 3.3 yards per play, gave up 5 sacks.
When was the last time they had that low of yardage? Has that been?
So the only game that's close, I think you can compare to it being this bad because it's the least amount of offense Texas has had in the Sark era. But versus TCU, 2022.
Okay.
Quinn Ewers had 171 yards. Texas ran for 28. Not a single offensive touchdown. The one touchdown Texas scored that night was from Jahdae Barron. And they also had 3.3 yards per play. Nick, the thing is that TCU team went to the college football playoff and played in a national championship. They might have gotten boat raced by Georgia, but they made it to the national championship. Kentucky's not going to make a bowl game.
Yeah.
They're not making a bowl game.
Yeah.
And again, got to provide context. This is how Kentucky plays games. This is what Mark Stoops is known for. The last 3 times Georgia has played in Lexington, and I'm not saying that Texas is Georgia. Far from it. These are the last 3 times Georgia's played in Lexington, though. In 2020, Georgia won 14-3. In 2022, Georgia won 16-6. In 2024, they won 13-12. This is what happens when you go to Lexington, especially at night. I believe 2 of those 3 Georgia games in Lexington were at night. And then whenever Kentucky played Georgia in Athens, they got smoked and lost by multiple scores, just like what happened when Kentucky went to Austin last year.
Yeah.
They play much better at home, and especially if it's at night. So you got to give them credit there. I mean, they played a phenomenal game. They were so close to getting the win, and they didn't. Texas held on, but, I mean, man, the run game was horrible. Wisner's averaging 3.8 yards per carry on the season right now. You want to guess how many runs he has longer than 2 yards, Nick?
On the season? 15.
He has 2.
He has 2. Wait, longer than 2 yards?
No. Rushes longer than 10. Trey Wisner has 2.
I thought you said 2 yards.
I might have.
More than 2.
But yes, Trey Wisner has only rushed for 10 or more yards on a carry twice this season.
Gotcha.
I don't know how many carries he's had. It's a lot. And on Saturday at 37 yards on 12 carries. I've seen people be like, why did Sark abandon Wisner? He should have gotten more carries. I agree. I also think he was kind of on a pitch count because he was beat to shit from playing Oklahoma and winning that game for Texas the week before.
Yeah.
And CJ Baxter's still not ready to play. Christian Clark, I don't know. He'll be ready to play. He's in year 2, first year off of, blowing out his knee, or his Achilles. But, man, running back is an instinctual position. There's not really anything Sarkeesian, Chad Scott, or even Tashard Choice anyone can do to teach him how to correctly read running the ball, how to read blocks, how to go to the right hole, because he's bouncing everything the wrong way almost every other carry. And, again, it's a very uncoachable position in some ways. There's not much that can be improved with Christian Clark in some parts of his game. So I don't know if he's the answer, but his 8-yard run. Sorry?
Thought we were going to see some Michael Terry.
Christian Clark's 8-yard run was the longest run Texas had from running backs on Saturday. 8 yards. And look, Michael Terry, he shouldn't get more than like 3 or 4 touches in a game. But at this point, if you're not named Trey Wisner, you probably shouldn't be carrying the ball at Texas unless CJ Baxter comes back healthy. Michael Terry, I think, is kind of a positionless football player. I don't think he's a running back. I don't think he's a receiver. And I don't think he's a tight end. And he doesn't want to play defense. So what is he? Good question. But what he brings to the table at running back, at least like pre-snap, confusing the defense, the defensive coordinator, the other team, shit, try out a play or 2 at this point. You have to try something differently. Some other things, running back runs, or the rush yardage for the game, if you take out Arch's sack yardage, Texas ran 23 times for 54 yards. Bad. Arch was he finished 12 of 27 for 132 yards. At one point, he had 9 straight incompletions.
Yeah. His percentage was awful.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think he had 3 completions, like the whole second half. And O-line was dog shit. Trevor Gooseby, Brandon Baker, I think really weren't, horrible. Average at best, probably below average. Like Gooseby was better than Baker. Brandon Baker getting another flag. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Come on. And Nick Brooks, 2 sacks, 6 pressures. Connor Robertson, 5 hurries, 5 pressures. Both sucked blocking in the run game. DJ Campbell looked like prime Quentin Nelson compared to everyone else. He's the only O-lineman to had an above-average game on Saturday. By far and away, it's been Texas' most consistent and best O-lineman this year. The tight ends, I thought, were horrible blocking again. I've been saying this, it feels like, for a month now. Why are they running so much 12 personnel? Gunnar Helm, he's not Jack Andrews, and he's not Jordan Washington either.
Yeah.
It might be similar size-wise. They do not get the push on edge rushers, linebackers, overhang defenders that Gunnar Helm was getting last year. And they're continuing to run 12 personnel and trying to run the ball out of it. I do not understand why. I thought receivers were bad blocking. And overall, it kind of just felt like there's a lack of intensity from this Texas team. And I know you're always going to be kind of, the week after OU, it can be hit or miss. You have a lot of energy zapped out of you from beating Oklahoma the week before in what was a very big game and a very emotional game. Like, the data for how Texas does the week after Texas OU is not consistent at all for the last 20 years. But, I mean, just bad. And, like, the worst part about this, we're in the middle of the season. They can't just go get players out of the portal right now or sign high school players and have them show up. You got to deal with what you got. Your personnel is your personnel for the remaining 5 games and, the bowl game, because I don't think Texas is going to play in the playoffs. At this point, they are not. So, how do you fix this? There's very few fixes. For our roundtable, that was the question for the Horns 24/7 roundtable. What fixes do you have for this Texas offense? And I said, there's not much you can do. This is what I would do. Play to your strengths. I think Trey Wisner had like 6 or 7. Of Trey Wisner's 12 carries, I believe only 6 or 7 were outside zone. That literally is what won Texas the game versus Oklahoma, and what is a much better defensive play caller in front 7 than what Kentucky has. Why was that abandoned versus Kentucky?
Yeah.
And overall, it feels like too many times this year, whether versus Kentucky, whether versus Florida, or even versus Ohio State, it seems like Sark is just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it works. There's very little consistency, series to series, drive to drive, I think down to down with the play calling. It's been better in other games. In other games, it's been worse. I think versus Kentucky was all over the place, and there was very little consistency. And right here, like, why did he abandon some of the game plan versus OU that worked so well and got them a win? I know Texas beat Kentucky, but it could have been a lot more handily had, they kind of run more of the OU game plan. But fixes, I think they have to play to the player strengths more. Trey Wisner, he's best running outside zone, run outside zone. It's not a hard, question to answer right there. I think Arch needs to stay as QB1. I've seen people, this is what happens when Texas loses games or, wins games they shouldn't have, like on Saturday. They're going to call for a quarterback change. That should not happen. Maybe at some point, should Arch get too, flustered and he needs to come out for a series or 2, like Quinn Ewers versus Georgia, I'm okay with that. If that happens, I'm fine with that. But he's the guy. Texas doesn't reach their ceiling without Arch Manning. I see the argument Matthew Caldwell offers a more stable floor, but he doesn't. Matthew Caldwell is a 5th or 6th year college football player that started games at Troy last year because their starter got hurt. He left Troy because if he came back, he was their backup again as a 5th or 6th year quarterback.
Yeah.
And people think that guy is going to do a better job starting at Texas than Arch Manning will.
Yeah.
There's going to be highs and lows. This is part of Arch Manning's first year as a full-time starter. You can hurt him so much mentally if you bench him, and I mean actually bench him, not pull him for a series or 2, but actually bench him. So I don't think it's going to happen. And also, like, the reputation for Sarkeesian and what that looks like if he's the guy that benches Arch Manning, like, there are a lot more cons that come out of that than pros. So, they have to thug it out with Arch. Yes, he missed plays, he missed throws. But there was also a lot of plays that he kind of wasn't given a chance from the snap. O-line was bad. Receivers are bad. Like, everything that could go wrong is pretty much going wrong for the Texas offense right now. And yes, most of these problems happen because of, not going into the portal at certain positions, being wrong on evaluations on the high school players you took, not developing the high school players you took, or thinking they're further ahead than they actually are. That is why Texas is where they are right now and have these problems on offense. So with that said, very few fixes. I think I said it earlier, spread it out, less 12 personnel, spread it out. Jack Andrews is more of a split out tight end than an inline guy to begin with. So I don't think that's rocket science. He also needs to touch the ball more. Nibble it, the ball in space. I feel like I say this 5 times a week. If Keelan Robinson can get an orbit motion play call every other game, Ryan Niblett can do it. Texas does not even score a touchdown without Ryan Niblett on Saturday.
Yeah.
They lose this game without Ryan Niblett.
That's crazy.
It's crazy too, because you think about Silas Bolden, how much energy he brought on punt returns, all that. Ryan Niblett's a better punt returner. If Silas Bolden is back there versus Kentucky, Texas probably loses. Yeah. So give Niblett the game ball, get him more offensive snaps. I know he's kind of that Michael Terry mold where he's not really a full receiver running back. He's kind of just a positionless player. For the love of God, though, he needs to get the ball in open space. They need to run the orbit motion. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the play they designed for Keelan Robinson to get one guaranteed touch pretty much every other week, and it averaged like over 10 yards per play, I'm pretty sure. And they have in the playbook. Please just run it. And they did kind of try to run something similar versus Kentucky, but it wasn't the same play. I think at this point, after the OU game, I thought Nick Brooks, just roll it out with him. He's the starter until he's not the rest of the year. But he played like he did versus Florida versus Kentucky, which is unacceptable. Connor Stroh, I don't think is going to give you any better play. I'm cool if he doesn't play a snap the rest of the season on actual offense. But at this point, like if Nick Brooks isn't the guy, try Nato, try Jaden Chapman, try Nate Kibble, because the level of play you're getting from your left guard is not acceptable at the University of Texas, much less when you're in a window right now with Arch Manning as a pastor and the rest of the talent on this team. It's unacceptable. I'm always against rotating players on the O-line. You have to build cohesion and stuff, but at this point, I don't know how much worse your play at left guard can get. You might as well try rotating those other guys, seeing what they can do. Already mentioned Michael Terry, third at running back. Earlier in the year, it was kind of a discussion. How much is Texas going to run Arch Manning? Sarkeesian, never really a fan of running his quarterbacks. And you also don't want Manning taking too many hits. This is a long season, and they do play in the SEC. But at this point, man, like, if the rest of your games are going to turn into rock fights where your defense and special teams are phenomenal and your offense just continues getting taken off the field because they can't convert third downs, just start running Arch more. QB power. It's one of the most effective plays this season. I know you got to keep him protected, keep him long for a season, but are you trying to think about keeping him healthy for the playoffs, which Texas probably won't make, or are you talking about trying to win football games if that means he gets a few more bruises and gets nicked up? Yeah. So I don't know. I know that was kind of all over the place, but that's kind of what I had jotted down that I wanted to hit on. Nick, if you have anything, go ahead. I'm just going to go through these comments and hit on them.
Yeah, no, I really don't have anything more than what you added.
All right.
I will say this if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
How does this team get to 8 wins? You would assume you get Arkansas, and you get that at home. I think that's probably the easiest one you can point at the rest of the schedule, although it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Again, I'm picking Mississippi State as of right now, but let's say Mississippi State is a win. You're still at 7. You have a gauntlet outside of that. Vanderbilt looks, very capable of being a premier SEC team after their win over LSU. They're top 10 in the country for the first time since either of us have been born, Jordan. I don't see how they get to 8 wins right now.
I think they're going to be Mississippi State.
Okay, let's say they do. Mississippi State, Arkansas. You still have to find a win between Vanderbilt, Georgia, A&M.
Yeah, they're not beating Georgia.
Yeah, I don't think they're beating Vanderbilt either. And I don't see how they beat A&M.
Yeah, real quick to lighten it up. Anytime Georgia plays a football game at home, unless they're playing Alabama, whatever the money line is, take it.
Yeah.
Georgia has not lost at home outside of the BAM game a few weeks ago since 2019.
Yeah.
Since 2019. Yours truly hammered the Georgia money line versus Ole Miss. It's free money. Texas is not going to beat that Georgia team in Athens. I don't care if Georgia isn't what the old Georgia was or their D-line, blah, blah, blah. It does not matter. Texas is not going to win that game at this rate. And even if they're playing better, I do not think they'd win. That is a hard place to win. One team has done it in the last 6 years. Now, A&M, don't think Texas is beating them either. Vanderbilt, I don't know. Vanderbilt is, I think the LSU defense was a little overrated. Their stats really benefited from DJ Lagway throwing them 5 passes in one game. But, I was impressed by Vanderbilt being able to run on LSU. I think Texas has a better defense versus LSU, but, they got a warrior at quarterback. You can't ever count them out with Pavia at the helm. And, I think that's a toss-up. So I say wins versus Arkansas, Mississippi State, L's to Georgia, A&M. So 7-5 and 8-4 would come down to Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
And if they're 7-5, people are getting fired.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Sark. Position coaches, at least one of them, will lose their job.
Kyle Flood, for sure.
And, to be honest, Texas Tech lost last weekend. They still have a pretty good shot to make the playoff. A&M is a really good shot to make the playoff. If A&M or Tech gets in the playoff and has success, and by success, going to the Final Four or the Natty, Texas cannot stand when those things happen. And when things like that happen, people meet and they say, hey, how do we improve different things? If A&M or Tech finds a lot of success in the playoffs, I think, there might come a time where Texas, they say, hey, how do we, our front office, are we doing this the most efficient way? Our personnel staff, are they doing things the most efficient way? The scouting recruiting team, why are they so behind on so many 2027s? Are they being as efficient as they possibly can? I don't know. But those are conversations that take place after 7-5 seasons, 8-4 seasons, especially when you're a school like Texas who, two of the schools you hate, A&M, Texas Tech, are probably going to be in the playoffs and doing successfully. So, while it might suck seeing them get some wins potentially in the playoffs, that can actually help Texas in the long term if you think about it, because it causes for front offices or personnel teams to be redone. I also think, I might be a little too hard on the front office and personnel team at Texas because, as I have brought up, this is a CEO head coach. No one can call Sark on anything. It's his say. It's his call. That can work. Obviously, he's built the program up into what it is so far, but, Kirby Smart, he will let his scouting team, his personnel team, take shots and offer kids and recruit them. He will let them do that. You're not to take at Texas if Sark doesn't say so.
Yeah.
So maybe that gets changed. I don't know. But the bottom line is after 7-5, 8-4 at Texas, regardless of the fact that you entered the season preseason number 1, whether you should have or shouldn't have been preseason number 1, conversations happen after 7-5, 8-4. So, yeah. All right. Jose said, Jordan, at what point is Sark trying to prove with not – or he said, Jordan, what point is Coach Sark trying to prove with not benching Arch like he did Quinn last season? That young man was spiraling in that game. Yeah. If Arch does what he did versus Kentucky versus Mississippi State, I think he's going to get pulled for a series or two. Or at least if I'm Sark, that's what I would do. You need more down-to-down consistency from him. It's obviously hard for him to get in rhythm when the O-line is giving him pressure every play, and he doesn't have a run game to build off of either. It is a lose-lose situation with the Texas offense right now. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm just going through these comments.
I have a proposition. 2026 University of Texas offensive line coach Mike McCarthy.
I don't know about that. Texas is picked to beat Georgia by 2.5 and Vandy by 17. Where? On Surly Horns? What are we talking about? Texas favorite over Georgia and Athens. Man, come on, man. Jake said, I'm not ready to say Flyer Flood yet, but I am on Milwee. I'm just not really sure what he does at all. I don't want to say I'm with you, but I'm with you on that last sentence. Not really sure what he does at all. He is sneakily one of Texas' best recruiters, though. He should get a lot more credit for that, but the coaching part of it, yeah, some questions there for sure. She said UT's defense is for really real, and I'm slinging positivity saying Texas wins out from here. Hopefully, would love to see that. The defense is going to give them a shot if they keep showing up like they did versus Kentucky. Like the fact that Texas's defense played either, I think it was like 89 or 90 plays in regulation, and Kentucky dominated the time of possession 40 minutes to 20, and they only gave up one touchdown. Like phenomenal effort by the Texas defense. And I really hate that the offense is so bad that the defense doesn't get the love they're deserving of, because I don't know if there's a better defense in the country. And statistically, this year's defense is better than last year's, who had a Thorpe Award winner and, several NFL draft picks, and there'll be more in April too. Hey, yeah, CB said Nick Brooks, 14.1 PFF pass pro grade versus Kentucky, which comes 2 weeks after he had a 0.0 PFF pass pro grade versus Florida. Booyah. Agreed. Jake Bayless said we seem to really struggle when we're not involving the running backs in the pass game too. Totally agree. Yeah. What other stuff? Jack Burton said in the fourth quarter, it was obvious the defense was trying to take scoring into their own hands. It's a bad situation. I would have loved to see a little bit more effort with the fumbles, but sometimes it's just not going to go your way. But yeah, Jake Bayless, I'm with you. I am with you. What other stuff do we have? Yeah, they didn't use the Wingo sweep. I don't know why. I actually hate that play call and hate the fact that that's like one of the only plays that guarantees yardage with Ryan Wingo as a former 5-star. But they should have called it. They should have, Yeah, the flea flicker or double, whatever the hell that was on 3rd and 3, dumb as hell.
Yeah.
You don't go for the jugular at that point in the game.
Sark in short yardage situations, he absolutely loses his fucking mind.
Yeah.
He turns into a shell of himself in short yardage situations. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah. Money ballers. Wow. That's who has no. I don't know. Yeah, Arkansas can beat Texas. They fired Sam Pittman and are playing better now. So
it's not an easy win, but it's the easiest, I think.
I will say too, like Arkansas played Tennessee super tough in Knoxville. I think, yeah, that was in Knoxville.
Mm-hmm.
The A&M Arkansas game, A&M was up 10. I think score is a little bit closer than it actually was. And also it was one of those weird ones where there was like a hour and a half or 2 hour lightning delay too, which always makes things weird. You got to come back out and warm up for the third time. So, if Vandy makes the playoffs, Pavia should be a Heisman finalist. Agreed. I think he would be. Sorry, I'm just looking at these comments. This poor defense hears the sound of the punt when they go to sleep at night. Yeah. Yeah, this is true what Jake Bayless said. Finding a good O-line coach is hard to do. Some on the fence with Flood. I don't know who Texas is going to be able to, if they get rid of Kyle Flood, what O-line coach is available that has a comparable or better resume to Flood that is actually a realistic candidate for Texas. That guy probably doesn't exist.
Yeah.
In as much shit as Flood has been given for his evaluations and the big humans and taking so many 3-stars and all that, I think one of the most concerning things I have that concerns me the most is we do not have knowledge if that is 1,000% Kyle Flood making these evaluations and deciding on which guys are at the top of his board, if that is the personnel team, if that is Sarkeesian. We don't know. And it's not just the line room. It's pretty much everywhere. Like, there's obviously some kids you come across, or at least where I'm covering them, it's like, yeah, they're not going to find a better corner than this cat. This is the top guy on the board at this position. But, like, you know, the top talent isn't what wins you games and gets you into a long season in the playoffs. It's hitting on your evaluations of 3 stars in the lower end of your class. It's hitting on the Jalen Fords, you know, like that matters. Developing Christian Jones, that matters. And the guys, the low end takes that the O-line, the Texas is signing on the O-line is not hitting, and they're not getting better. And a lot of them are tweeners that are only one-trick ponies and can only play guard and not tackle. There are no tackles on this team outside of Trevor Gooseby. He's the only guy that will, if he makes the NFL, which is likely, will play the same position in the NFL. You know, so I don't know. Ohio State has a new O-line coach. I'm blanking on his name. I think maybe Tyler Bowen is his name. And this is his first season in Columbus. He either left like Virginia Tech, I believe, to take the job there. And I know kids like him a lot because when he got the job this spring, like he was the coach brought up most by pretty much every kid that Texas or Ohio State were fighting for on the O-line. And they'd always mention, you know, good dude, good relationship guy. And I mean, hey, that matters a lot. Like Texas, they've won a lot of recruitments off coming to the table with the most money. Won't lie about that part. But, you know, like there have been cases Texas has lost while offering almost, in the Michael Fasusi case, almost $1 million more than the competition. And he chose Oklahoma because the relationship was not there with Kyle Flood. So I don't know. I see both arguments for keeping / getting rid of Kyle Flood. So, if Mike McDaniel gets fired in Miami, do we think Sark could bring him in to help Arch in the offense?
No.
From the things I've heard from Nick and other people, it sounds like Mike McDaniel might need to take like 3 months and chill in Malibu for a little bit, if you know what I mean. Sam Pittman, look, if he's down to coach O-line, it'd be very dumb Texas if they don't hire him. So, or if they don't at least try or have some conversations there. Yeah. There's Tyler Bowen. McDaniel. Yeah, Gibson, I mean, he can't go in the portal until January, but yeah, he put out the bat signal for everyone tamper with me. Jorge Mendoza said in the broadcast Saturday that said Arch is pressured in 43% of his dropbacks, and that ranks 7th in the nation. Wonder how the QBs should pressure more than that are faring stat-wise. That is a great question. This is crazy. There's a betting parlor giving 3.5 for Texas over Georgia. Oof. Riley Dodge is QB coach. Not happening. Sorry, I'm just a little behind.
Facts.
Yeah. This is the biggest thing, Nathan. Flood hasn't gone to the portal, and honestly, I was fine with that up until this past offseason. So, yeah. Yeah. Even with replaced hips, I can see Sam Pittman on that sled.
Hell yeah. I'd be open to it. I'd be so down.
Yeah, look, Will Stein is a Power 4 head coach in waiting. He's going to be a Power 4 head coach in the next 3, if not 2, if not 1 year. He like stalls his coaching career as a head coach if he takes an OC job at Texas.
Yeah.
Under Sarkeesian, who would still get all the credit for the offense's success or, you know, playing poorly. All that's on Sark. No one would bring up Stein. Yeah, not bad. Over under 12 sacks for Colin. What do you think?
What's he at right now?
Good question. I think like 6.5, 7.5.
If he's in that range, I'd give it an over.
Yeah, I think he'll hit over at this point. Yeah, agreed. He should have, you know, there's several aligned transfers that are balling at other schools that are upgrades at pretty much every position Texas has in the O-line, probably minus left tackle. So, yeah, someone brought up Seth Luttrell, offer a boatload of money to leave Oklahoma.
I think he's at Tennessee right now.
Yeah, making like $30,000 a year as an analyst or something.
Yeah.
They showed on Saturday when Zabian Brown had that pick six versus Bama, they showed the box and just the whole Tennessee offensive coaching staff's mouth just open. And that's when I saw Seth Luttrell and found out he's now at Tennessee, former teammates with Josh Heupel, at Oklahoma. Seth Luttrell was absolute dog shit as a play caller at Oklahoma. Like, they literally fired him midway through the year last year. He was so bad, and they had all those injuries, and they still fired him because he was so bad.
Yeah.
Texas makes any mistake paying him money to be on staff. I don't care if it's $30K a year in an analyst role or, hundreds of thousands in a position coach role. Like, you do not hire that guy. So, yeah. But I don't know. Anything else you got top of mind you want to hit on before we get out of here?
No, the Rockwall Heath Hawks are 6-1. That's about all I got. Jordan Scruggs.
Hey, the Lake Travis Cavaliers are undefeated.
Hey, man.
Took down Dripping Springs 14-7.
Banger.
You know what they call it? You know what they call Tiger Stadium? They call it Cavalier Stadium Southwest.
Right.
Yeah. Where's Steven Delgado? Steven Delgado been awfully quiet today. The Lake Travis Cavaliers take his son and the Tigers to the woodshed.
Yep.
Nothing.
It's tough. That's tough.
But yeah, hey, shout out Alvarado and all you, all the undefeated teams. Westlake Lake Travis got a matchup this week. Would be an undefeated matchup, but the Shaps let us down on their end of the bargain, lost to Atascocita. So
I think that's going to be a beatdown. I think Lake Travis wins it handily.
I hope so. That would be awesome. I'd love nothing more. Hey, Lake Travis, they got a shot to run the table and win state. South Lake Carroll, I think, can beat anyone in 6A and is the state champ in D1 or D2, but they're going to end up going in the D2 bracket. So D1 is kind of wide open. And on both sides, like Duncanville, I'm trying to think of other 6A. Duncanville, North Crowley on that side. DeSoto can end up D1 still, probably D2 though. On the other side of the bracket, you got Lake Travis, Atascocita, Westlake, North Shore, Katy. Katy could make it to state in the D2 bracket probably. But yeah, Bishop Sycamore, not undefeated. So I don't know. But all right, we're getting out of here. Up next, Third and Longhorns post-game show following the Horns' Up next, Third and Longhorns post-game show following the Horns' overtime victory in Lexington. We will see y'all on Friday from 10 to 11 Central. I'll see you tomorrow with the bullpen from 10 to 11 Central. And, Chip and Zay, they'll be back at 2 p.m. on the stream. We're going to end it. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream from. We appreciate you tuning in. Those on podcast platforms appreciate it as well. Y'all have a great one, and hopefully vibes are higher when we see you again on Friday. Peace.